Let me just call this virtual Village Board meeting of the Arlington Heights Village Board to order on Monday, September 20, 2021. We're meeting virtually this evening because it is not practical or prudent as a result of the subject matter of tonight's meeting to hold an in-person meeting. And I'll discuss a little bit more about that as we get into the meeting. But tonight we do have a lot of items on our agenda, and so I want to start with the Pledge of Allegiance and ask if you would all please rise and join the Village Board in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Trustee Canty?
Here.
Trustee Grasse?
Here.
Trustee Scaletta?
Here.
Trustee Baldino?
Here.
Trustee LaBedz?
Here.
Trustee Bertucci?
Here.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Here.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Here.
President Hayes?
Here. First item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we have one set of minutes to approve tonight. That's from the Village Board meeting of September 8, 2021. Becky, please record a pass for myself. Any other changes or passes? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Trustee Tinaglia, seconded by Trustee Schwingbeck. Roll call.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
All right, we do have the next item, which is the approval of accounts payable, and I'd call on Trustee Bertucci.
I'll move approval of the warrant register for September 15th, 2021 in the amount of $2,707,766.46.
There a second? Trustee Scaletta, thank you. Motion by Trustee Bertucci, seconded by Trustee Scaletta. Any questions or comments from the board? Anything from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Next, under recognitions and presentations, we have a very special presentation tonight that we look forward to every year by the Arlington Heights Memorial Library. Lots of exciting things, including the opening of our Arlington Heights Maker Space yesterday and official ribbon tying or cutting on Wednesday morning at the Makerspace. So lots of exciting things, as always, by our award-winning library here in the village of Arlington Heights. And I know our community always looks forward to One Book, One Village, the community reading event. And so I would entertain whoever is the representative from the library here this evening to talk to us about what book was chosen this year. Who do we have with us from the library tonight?
Sure, thank you very much. My name is Cindy Hammond, and we also have Megan Young, our program and exhibits supervisor. Thank you all so much for having us this evening. As I said, my name is Cindy Hammond. I am the collection supervisor at Arlington Heights Memorial Library, and we are here today to tell you about our 2021 One Book, One Village program. Our book this year is Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. Now, moving on to the next slide, before we tell you too much about the book, we did want to tell you a bit about our selection process. It was a library-wide collaboration of 15 team members from 7 different departments. We read and evaluated 25 different titles, and the title that really rose to the top was Braiding Sweetgrass, which we're very excited to bring to the community. Braiding Sweetgrass is a little different from some of our past OBOVs, and if you move on to the next slide, it has a little bit of an outline for that title for our community. What's interesting about this title is that it is a nonfiction collection of essays focusing on nature and Indigenous experience. And would you mind advancing the slide, please? And the author is a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation and a botany professor. And I actually think one of the best ways to really summarize this title is actually its subtitle, which is Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and the Teaching of Plants. The essays are lyrical and insightful, and they offer a variety of ways to engage with this program. Whether you read one essay or the whole collection, you really feel like you've gotten a good taste for it. And what's really exciting for us on the next slide is that we have all of the books. So we have more than 600 copies of Braiding Sweetgrass across all of our locations and in many formats. As you can see on the slide, we have several regular type as well as ebook, e-audio, CD audiobook, and even specially printed large type excerpts. So no matter what your favorite way to read is, we have got you covered. And even beyond that, as you'll see on the next slide, is new this year, we really wanted to expand our reach of the One Book, One Village, and we added read-alikes for all ages. So we have a picture book called Fry Bread, a middle grade book called Ancestor Approved, and a teen graphic novel called This Place, 150 Years Retold. By adding these extra titles, we're really excited and hoping to engage the entire community of all ages in our One Book, One Village this year.
All right, thank you, ladies. And I do have a copy of the book here. I think all village board members got a copy, and so I'm very much looking forward to reading this one. And I know others are in the community are as well, as we do every year. So thank you for this very exciting program every year. We really look forward to it. I know this is going to be a very interesting read, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot. I cut the grass, basically, is what I do. And so my wife is in charge of all the gardening, but hopefully I'll learn something from this book. So not just about gardening. So thank you very much. Any other comments from the library?
We actually do have more slides if we're interested in talking about programming.
Please do.
Excellent. So as Cindy mentioned, we are inviting our younger readers, not just with our read-alikes, but we also have programs. So we do have 5 youth programs lined up and 16 adult programs and 9 book discussions. And to give you a little bit of context, last year we only had 7 adult virtual programs and 7 book discussions. So we really amped it up this year and have a very robust suite of programs and activities. And of course, we have the author Robin Wall-Kimmerer coming on Thursday, October 21st from 7 to 8:30. So mark your calendars. She will be virtual with us, just like last year. Last year was our first virtual One Book, One Village author event. And we were a little nervous about it just because it's a change of format. However, we had our highest attendance numbers at 391. So we're very much looking forward to this year as we have both in-person and virtual events. We also have a couple different organizations that we're working with as partners. So we are working with the Cultural Trickster Center, or the Trickster Cultural Center in Schaumburg, and they are facilitating 3 programs, adult and youth. And we have 3 off-site book discussions. One will be at Eddie's, one will be at the Bakester. And then we had a book discussion yesterday at the Arlington Heights Historical Museum. And new, as we've already mentioned, the Maker Place is new this year, and we have 5 programs at the Maker Place. And these programs will be more hands-on than our other programs, like natural fabric dyeing workshop. Next slide. And then also, we're not just talking about this initiative in our walls or on our social medias or on our website, but we're going out into the community. So this photo here has Cindy at our first farmers market pop-up, and we have a couple more scheduled. We were supposed to be at the movie in the park this last Friday, but because of weather, we were not able to do it. So we're very much looking forward to being at the farmers market more with the bookmobile. And at each of these pop-ups, we do have a person there to talk more about the book, about the initiative. We have brochures that go into detail about the author, about the book, our upcoming programs, our upcoming book discussions, and even how to get involved with your own personal book club. We also have giveaways, which I think all of the trustees received today or earlier, or you will soon. I'm not exactly sure, but we do have seed bookmarks. And Cindy described it very well, so I'm going to kind of steal that from her, but they're like magic bookmarks. Once you're done with the book and you no longer need the bookmark, you just throw it in the dirt and bury it a little bit, and then some native wildflowers will grow. So we're really excited about that. It's very on brand this year and really ties in the themes of this initiative. Next slide. Yes, and then just wanted to make sure, so that will cover it for us. So if there are any questions, we are more than happy to answer them, or if any come up in the future, we are always around.
All right, thank you very much. Very exciting. Really looking forward to this. Any questions or comments from the board? Anything from the audience? Seeing none, well, thank you again, ladies, and thank you for all the great work that the library does for our community. All right. Nothing else under recognitions and presentations, so we'll move on to citizens to be heard. And we do have one citizen who submitted a question in advance of the meeting. And for the other members on the call tonight, citizens to be heard are for items not on the agenda. So we do have other items on the agenda. If you want to speak as to those items, then we'll do that later in the agenda under the appropriate item. But these are for items for members of the audience who wish to address the board on items not on the agenda. And so Melissa Kayer has submitted a question, and that question is, how do board members prepare for meetings? And certainly there's no set way, there's nothing set in stone. We're 9 individual board members, and we prepare differently depending on your level of experience, whether or not you're a new trustee, you've been around a long time. I think I know when I first got on the board a number of years ago, I spent a lot more time reading every single word. I don't necessarily do that these days, but certainly spend a lot of time reading the materials that have been submitted to us from the staff, certainly listening to residents in terms of different proposals is very important to us in our decision-making process. So whether or not it's reading emails that we've received or text or talking to people in person or receiving phone calls, that's a big part of our meeting preparation. Talking to staff members, getting questions answered in advance of the meeting, that's a big part of it as well. Going back through previous meetings that we may have addressed this particular item on, that's another part of it. Again, it really depends on the individual in terms of how you prepare. I don't require anything. I know all our board members are very conscientious in terms of their preparation, and I'm very confident they are always very well prepared. So Melissa, I hope that answers your question. Are there any other members of the audience who wish to address the board on an item not on the agenda? Well, there is one, Catherine Herrig. Catherine? And you were just reminded we do have a 3-minute time limit for these questions or comments. So go ahead, Catherine. Catherine, you'll need to unmute yourself if you would.
I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Catherine Herrig. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay. I'm a resident at 505 North Wilshire Lane in Arlington Heights. I've been here for about 41 years. In June, I received a notification from a Nancy Julius that someone had brought an issue up to the board or to the village that there were parking issues down at Burbecker Park when the little kids play baseball, that there's parking on both sides of the street. And when we received this notification, it asked for comments. I emailed Nancy, never received a response from her. Went through the summer, still didn't receive any responses. And then when I returned from vacation in early September, I found out that at the August meeting, this had been voted on. And I'm just really surprised that after all our concerns were voiced, that we didn't receive a response, that it was voted on after I watched the board meeting on August 16th. Our name, Wilshire Street, wasn't even mentioned. I think it was in the consent part, approval part. In the past, having lived here for a long time, postcards used to go out if, you know, there was some kind of variance or something was happening in the neighborhood. So, and it stated when a meeting was there and that when we could meet together and talk about it. Nothing was done. And I just found it really strange that that's how this was handled. I still never heard from Nancy or anything until I called the village board. She did return a very nice letter with everything in it, that a few people had complained about the parking and emergency vehicles. My recommendation would be, rather than have no parking on the entire street on Wilshire between Minor and Euclid during 365 days of the year, that we would have parking signs restricting parking on the east side of the street when the park was being used or during baseball games. I believe she responded saying that that would be difficult to police or difficult to get people to pay attention to. But I believe, as a citizen who drives, if there's a parking sign that says no parking during baseball games or park activity, that I wouldn't be allowed to park there. But the rest of the time, when our city streets are open, it would be good for us to be able to park in front of our homes for our guests, for our deliveries, things that are made. I notice other streets around us don't have parking on, you know, only one side, and they might even be a little bit narrower than our streets. So I'm just bringing this to the board's attention because I was just really surprised. I didn't think this is how things were handled in Arlington Heights, and I really would have loved to have been notified, to have been able to sit down and discuss this in some fashion. Thank you.
Catherine, thanks for bringing this to our attention. You know, we do the best we can to get word out and to try to please as many people as possible in these situations. And in terms of parking like this, it's not necessarily set in stone. We continually evaluate parking situations and parking needs based on the current situation. So any action that we've taken previously is not necessarily set in stone in perpetuity. Mr. Recklouse, did you have anything to add?
No, you know, I think, you know, I will definitely follow up with Public Works on the process, but I know in this particular one, we received two separate requests, independent of one another, from residents on a request for parking changes. And we polled the neighborhood, and it was essentially split in favor of no parking restrictions and not in favor of no parking restrictions. And as we said in our correspondence, we did send a letter back on June 18th to the 29 homes informing the residents of the proposal to extend the no parking restriction. And we did receive 15 responses from residents. You know, and as we said in the letter, the poll of the residents is not the sole determinant of whether or not we put a no parking restriction. Essentially, what we're getting from residents is a request to review the situation. And we did find that access for safety vehicles could be compromised in that area based on a review of the factors, and that's why the determination was made. But you know, we certainly always can do a better job of communicating that. And if something wasn't conveyed properly to the residents, I apologize for that, and we'll be addressing that going forward.
No. Right. Thanks, Mr. Recklouse. And again, Catherine, thanks for bringing this to our attention. Next, I do have a hand up by Agnes Kilchevsky, if I got that anywhere close.
You got it 100%.
All right.
So I'm here really to echo Catherine Herrig's thoughts, as I am also a resident on the east side of Wilshire Lane for over 13 years, and the communication was a bit of a surprise to us. To your point, Mr. I think it's Recklouse. One of the comments that you made was in regards to the width of the street. I would think that if a recommendation was made on that basis, that would be consistently treated throughout the village. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case throughout Arlington Heights. We frequently drive past Burbecker Park when there's baseball games underway. Frankly, the cars parked on even both sides of the street at that particular time, in my perspective, is a great traffic control mechanism. as it forces the cars to slow down. As you can, obviously there's many children that are present at that time. So I don't see it a hindrance at all. And the opposite, I see it kind of helpful. And ultimately, it feels like a sort of a problem that's very short term, as the baseball season is fairly short in the spring and the fall, and putting a restriction on the residents for the entire year seems to be a bit much. But obviously, it's dependent on what the concern is. Is it really just that time of year, or is it truly the width of the street? And if so, how is the village addressing that throughout the rest of the neighborhoods? That's it.
All right. Thank you, Agnes. And is there anyone else that wants to speak on this particular issue? I know we've got 3 other hands up, but let's try to get this issue out of the way. Sherry Zielkowski, want to speak on this as well? Sherry, go ahead.
Unmute. I just want to support what Catherine and Agnes have said. I too have lived here over 40 years. There's a lot of traffic on game day, but other than that, there's not a problem. It would be a major hindrance to some houses on the east side of the street to not allow parking because of the way the driveways are situated. I think that's a real problem considering there are only games mostly on the weekends and only in the summer. I think it's much too much of a burden for those of us on the east side of the street to deal with just because of baseball games. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sherry. And Derek and Renee Zerba.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, no, I was just asking if you can see participants while they're speaking. Is that possible?
We typically don't show participants while they're speaking.
Okay.
Other meetings have often experienced people putting things on the screen that we can't really control, and so we can hear everybody and have their message conveyed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And the last hand I have up is from DK Fitness Arts Taekwondo. If you just identify your name, if you would. Is there somebody from DK Fitness? You have to unmute yourself if you would.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. My name is Adam Kilcheski. I'm sorry, I'm calling for my business Zoom. But I am a 13-year resident of the east side of Wilshire Avenue, along with my wife and 2 kids. And just pretty much echoing what Catherine and Agnes have to say, we've had great memories of participating in all the different programs at Burbecker Park, as well as many of the other parks throughout our community. Really worried that this new proposition is going to really affect the quality of our life here in Arlington Heights. Specifically in the past year, I unfortunately lost my father, who happened to be restricted to a walker and later a wheelchair in the later parts of his life. It's always been nice to know that he would have no problems visiting his grandchildren thanks to all the parking right in front of the house. With the new restrictions being proposed, I think my parents and my wife's parents are possibly forcing them to have to park across the street or most likely down the block just because we're right at an intersection. Even though the baseball season will be long gone, we'll still have to worry about them going through the snow and worry about them slipping on ice just to visit. That's not right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Trustee Bertucci.
I just have a question for Randy on this matter. Randy, is it possible to get have the parking restriction just in the summer or under certain conditions, almost like you would do snow routes?
We have not done that in the past because it is very difficult to enforce from a police standpoint because it's difficult to ascertain, is it a game going on? Is it, before a game, after a game? Is there a practice? It's a difficult thing to enforce, as we found in the past. It's not like a school zone or something that's written into the statutes or into the code where there's a provision for dealing with that. And the police department has, very much prefers not to have that type of situational enforcement in there.
Well, can we at least put it through just from this date to this date, even if you're not going to try to, I can understand not wanting to police game days.
I mean, like I said, it's something, the overall issue of this situation, I'm happy to look into in terms of how it was handled and any specifics and other examples in town. But it's difficult for me to comment on that without knowing all of the other pertinent examples in the community that might be related to that. And we always want to treat situations similarly. What I can tell you is, based on the criteria in that request, in the circumstances and the frequency of events at that location, it was determined that this parking restriction was warranted. But I'm happy to review that and revisit that a little bit further and provide some additional information to the board a little bit further in the future.
Okay, I appreciate it because I feel somewhat empathetic to the winter situation in particular for these residents, and I'd be interested in follow up on that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. We have one other hand up. That's T. Herrig, and if you could just introduce yourself, please. Okay, go ahead. Is it Mr. Herrig?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I just have 2 points to make. First, I appreciate your listening to us. I know that you guys have a very busy calendar, and we all appreciate it on the block and in our community. I just say that as a resident for over 40 years, the process for this being handled was completely different than I had come to believe that my community would handle things. My neighbors would handle things. We would handle this in a discussion and a compromise kind of situation, and that doesn't seem to have been the case so far. I appreciate, and I probably get your name wrong, Mr. Recklaus's willingness to take another look at this thing. I think while the process was a problem, I think the result is also a problem for all of us, obviously. I think it's a bit of a meat-axe approach to a situation that certainly deserves, some consideration. But, I think if you do take a look at this, I would suggest you take a look at it with folks like on both sides of the street. I mean, if there are pros and cons, let's get together in person and talk about those with you. I think that'll help both sides of the street understand whatever the final resolution is. And finally, I think, I want to second the point made by Agnes, which is that, I walk around central Arlington Heights a lot. Apparently my doctor tells me to do that. But at any rate, as I've been walking in order to kind of just look at our situation, I'd say probably a third of the streets I walk by are of the same width as Wilshire. And I have yet to find a street that has, I'm sure they exist, but I've yet to find a street with no parking on it that's of a width similar to ours. So it seems to me that we are being singled out because of a few complaints, and that just doesn't seem right from my perspective. But anyway, thanks very much for listening. I appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Herrig, just give us your first name if you would.
Oh, sorry. Tom Herrig.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right, I have no other hands up for citizens to be heard, so we will close out the citizens to be heard portion of the agenda. Thank you for your comments. And move on to old business. We do have a few items to report out. The first is from the Committee of the Whole meeting from September 13, 2021, and I call on Trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move now.
You're muted again, John.
Let's try this because I'm going back and forth between screens. Let's see if this works. I would move now, as I did then, that the Committee of the Whole recommend to the Village Board that the Board approve the agreement with Tyler Technologies Incorporated for enterprise resource planning software as a service agreement in an amount not to exceed $2,322,162 in one-time costs and $517,692 in annual costs during the 5-year agreement.
Second.
Motion by trustee Scaletta, second by trustee Schwingbeck. Any questions or comments from the board? Anything from the audience on this? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. And one other motion from that same meeting, trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I move now, as I did then, that the Committee of the Whole recommend to the Village Board that the Board approve the agreement with Plant Moran for Phase 3 ERP professional consulting services in an amount not to exceed $234,000.
Second.
Motion by trustee LaBedz, seconded by trustee Tinaglia. Any questions or comments from the board? Anything from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Next, we do have two motions to appoint new members to our boards and commissions. And the first is Dr. William Moran to the Board of Health. And I would call on trustee LaBedz to make that motion.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I move now, as I did earlier, to concur in the mayor's appointment of William Moran, MD, for appointment to the Board of Health with a term ending April 30th, 2024.
Second.
Motion by trustee LaBedz, seconded by trustee Canty. Any questions or comments from the board or the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Well, Dr. Moran, one more thing to make it finally official, and that's to swear you in. So if I could ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me, I, and state your full name,
I, William Andrew Moran,
having been appointed to the Board of Health
having been appointed to the Board of Health
in the village of Arlington Heights,
in the village of Arlington Heights,
in the county of Cook,
in the county of Cook,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office according to the best of my ability.
of the office according to the best of my abilities.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Moran. We know you will. There you go. We just have two other things you'll have to do at another time, and that's to actually swear or to sign a copy of the oath that you just took, and then to accept a village logo pin that I and all members of the elected board and our appointed boards and commissions wear proudly as representatives of this community. So thank you again for your willingness to serve.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one other new appointee to make official tonight, and to do that, I would call on trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move now, as it did earlier this evening, to concur in the mayor's appointment of Fred Voigt Jr. for appointment to the Senior Citizen Commission, term ending April 30th, 2024.
Second.
Motion by trustee Scaletta, seconded by trustee Schwingbeck. Any comments from the board or the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Fred, if you could just make yourself visible and audible, and we'll swear you in as well. There you go. If you could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, and state your full name.
I, Fred A. Vogt Jr.,
having been appointed to the Senior Citizens Commission
having been appointed to the Senior Citizens Commission
in the Village of Arlington Heights,
in the Village of Arlington Heights,
in the County of Cook,
in the County of Cook,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office according to the best of my ability.
of the office according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Fred. We know that you will as well.
Thank you.
And again, we need you to sign at some point your oath and receive our village logo pin. So thank you again for your willingness to serve.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Fred. All right. We have two other items to report out from our meeting from this evening, and I would call first on Trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move now, as I did earlier this evening, to recommend to the Liquor Commissioner the issuance of a Class B and T liquor license to Harvest Fresh of Arlington Heights LLC, doing business as Harvest Fresh, located at 100 East Rand Road, upon surrender of license issued to that address.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Scaletta, seconded by Trustee Baldino. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
Trustee Baldino,
Yes.
Trustee Canty,
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
Trustee Grasse,
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Congratulations to Harvest Fresh. We have one other motion to consider tonight. That was by Trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I move now, as I did earlier this evening, to recommend that the Village Board of Trustees recommend Liquor Commissioner the issuance of a Class B and Class T liquor license to A&H Food Liquors, Inc., doing business as A&H Food Liquors, Inc., located at 921 West Rand Road, upon surrender of license issued to this address.
I second.
Motion by Trustee LaBedz, seconded by Trustee Grasse. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
Trustee Grasse,
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
Trustee Baldino,
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
Trustee Canty,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Well, congratulations as well to A&H Food Liquors, Inc. We are done then with old business, and we move on to the consent agenda. Are there any members of the board who wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I do have a request from Keith Moons to remove consent legal C regarding the resolution approving the termination of affordable housing agreements for the Timber Court development at 3400 North Old Arlington Heights Road. So that shall be removed and taken up under legal when we get to that item in the agenda. Any other members of the audience wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, are there any members of the board who wish to vote no or pass on any remaining item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the remaining items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Scaletta, seconded by Trustee Tinaglia. Roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
Trustee Grasse,
Yes.
Trustee Canty,
Yes.
Trustee Baldino,
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Well, now we do move on to new business, and we do have one item tonight that I think most of our audience members have joined us for tonight. We apologize that we weren't able to get to it quicker, but still only 8:15. So thank you for your patience. I did want to just make one comment before we start. This is a virtual meeting, and I know there was some concern about the need to hold this virtually. I can tell you that we do have about 131 total attendees between the village board members, staff members, and other panelists, and then 107 attendees who've joined us by the Zoom link. And my understanding is that there are some links, some Zoom numbers where there are multiple participants for that one Zoom caller or Zoom link. And so my belief is that there's well more than 108 audience members in the Zoom link, but also that does not account for people who are actually watching the village board meeting but did not sign up on the link. So we can only hold, under our COVID-19 restrictions, about 35 people here in the village boardroom safely, wearing masks and being 6 feet apart. And so we just felt, for the safety of our residents, that it was in the best interest of all to hold this meeting virtually. Now, I've told others that I will make every effort to ensure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to provide input on this very critical item here in our community this evening, and I will do that one way or the other. And if there are any problems with the technology going forward in the next couple of hours and you're not able to participate, we'll make sure that the meeting is continued if necessary, so that you do have a full and fair opportunity to provide input to the village board in this very critical decision-making process. So it is my hope, and it's the hope of the village board, that we make sure that everyone does have an opportunity to participate one way or another. So we had no intent to discourage participation by holding this meeting virtually. Rather, my intent was just the opposite, to make sure that everyone had an opportunity to participate. So with that said, let me just introduce the agenda item. This is a request for an amendment to the comprehensive plan to reclassify the subject property located at 310 West Rand Road from commercial to moderate density multifamily. Also a request for a rezoning from the B2 General Business District to the R6 Multiple Family Dwelling District. And thirdly, a preliminary plat of subdivision request for approval to consolidate the subject property into one lot. And again, for clarification, this is the Crescent Place proposal for property located at 310 West Rand Road in the village of Arlington Heights. No variations are required under this proposal. Certainly, there are a number of items that the staff will bring out, and I know the audience members will bring out, but that is the requested action, and that is what the village board will be focusing on. There are, again, a number of tangential issues that are relevant that may come out this evening, but that is the focus of the village board here this evening. I know will be the focus of our discussion. So with that, let me turn it over to the petitioner, and who will be the spokesman for the petitioner this evening. Just identify yourself if you would. Okay, is that Groundwork, representative from Groundwork Limited? I think so. So if you could unmute yourself.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. And just identify yourself if you would.
Yeah, good evening, Board of Trustees and Mayor Hayes. This is Jake Zunneman, Senior Vice President of Development with Housing Trust Group. I'm sitting here, or standing up rather, in the Buffalo Grove office of Groundwork Development, our civil planning and land planner. I'm joined by John Green, who's going to be speaking as well. Also with me is Larry Friedman, our land use attorney, Quinn Gormley, Executive Vice President of Development for Housing Trust Group, who runs our national platform, Bill Schneider, the Executive Director of Turnstone, and Sue Weimer, the COO of Turnstone, our nonprofit partner as well. At some point in our
I think you're now muted. Can you get you to come back? There you go.
All right. Oop. You guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we got you and we can see you now.
All right. Where did I cut off?
Right after your introduction. So go ahead and proceed.
Okay. So we're going to share the screen and do our presentation.
Please do.
And at some point, I'll ask that Lue Abuna with KLOA is also able to present so that he is allowed to be a panelist here. Let's see. Go back up to the top. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. All right, so again, I'm Jake Zunneman with Housing Trust Group. We're here to present Crescent Place. I'm going to hand it over to John Green, one of the principals with our civil engineering and land planning firm, and he's going to speak specifically about the proposed development and what Mayor Hayes just introduced. Then I'll come back on and talk about some of the neighborhood concerns that we've heard. Lue Abuna, our traffic engineer with KLOA, he's not with us, he's at his home, so we asked that he'll be allowed to present at that point. And then I'll come back and wrap it up and be around for any questions the board or public might have. So I'm going to pass it over to John Green.
Good evening. I'm John Green with Groundwork Architects, Engineers, and Planners. Crescent Place, excuse me a second. Right now we're not able to switch from slide to slide, so forgive us for a second. Thank you. I think we're back now with the appropriate slides. Sorry for that. Crescent Place is proposed as a non-age restricted apartment project that's also affordable housing. The apartment project includes 40 units, proposed to be 4 stories. It's certainly of new construction. And in the 40 units, it's limited to 1 and 2 bedroom units. There are 20 of each of those, and it includes 80 parking spaces. And as previously indicated by the mayor, if approved, this project is requesting no variations. The building is designed as a social setting for the residents within the facility. It includes a number of indoor and outdoor amenities, including community room, fitness centers, a library reading area, computer cafe, common laundry spaces, both indoor and outdoor bike storage, theater, garden plots, patios, a wide range of different amenities are part of the program. The site consists of 2 parcels right now, and as indicated in the introduction, we are seeking 3 considerations. One of those is to amend the existing comprehensive plan to allow a residential use on what is currently listed as a commercial property for part of the site. The second is to rezone the southern band, the 150-foot strip that runs from east to west and labeled Lot 1, from the current commercial zoning to an R4 zoning, which would unite it with the northern triangle that you see on the upper right-hand corner, which is currently already zoned R4, as is the land to the north of Chestnut. The second thing, or the third thing with the rezoning, is the consolidation of those 2 lots into a single lot. I would add to that there's a small portion of land that exists to the west that is currently part of the site that really needs to be part of the IDOT right-of-way for Rand Road that was never dedicated in all these years. So this would include the dedication of that small part of the land. When we did our designs, we did not include that in any of our design calculations. So we netted the land to what it will be when we started looking at the zoning considerations as opposed to what is currently owned. The resultant development that we present to you this evening has 2 access points from Chestnut, has a circulation route around the building, which provides for appropriate fire lanes, fire widths, setbacks, etc. It allows us to then spread the parking across the site and make that as convenient as possible for all of the residents. As part of this development, we will also be creating a stormwater management program where none currently exists. This site's been sitting there for many, many, many years, and as such, it's never come under the MWRD or the village's programs for stormwater management. There's a small portion of the site right now, about 4/10 of an acre of it in the upper upper left-hand corner that currently runs off uncontrolled into Chestnut Avenue. We will be taking about 91% of that area and controlling it so that it comes onto the site, goes through the detention, and all of the stormwater management will then do what was naturally intended for the site, which is to run off to the south and east. It will not be impacting or utilizing any of the sewer systems that currently serve Chestnut Avenue or to the north of that. 80 parking spaces are proposed. This is the amount that is required under your zoning ordinance, and as part of our commitment not to seek any variations, we're providing the 80 spaces. So Mr. Baldino can explain to you later that this is probably a little high for the number of parking spaces, but we didn't need to seek a variation, so we chose not to seek a variation. We also wanted to ensure that since there's no parking that can happen on Chestnut, not to impact any other developments, that we would rather have additional parking spaces available on our site than to deal with any possible issues of parking spilling over the site or off of the site at any given time. While the original site plan, which is at the bottom of this display, and the top site plan, which is the current plan before you, don't look that much different. They are in many subtle ways. These changes have been made to respond to the several staff reviews and to the comments received at and from commissions and neighbor meetings. A few of these items include meeting all emergency turning radii needs, screening the detention with landscaping, and providing safe setbacks from Chestnut Avenue for the detention. Creating clear lines of sight that are clean and available for police, fire, and others for safety concerns. To provide enhanced landscaping along the east and south lot lines. As some of you may know, to the east is the Commonwealth Edison transfer station, and to the south is also a Commonwealth Edison line. So the goal here was to increase the landscaping for both the residents and just the overall improvement of the site. And also to fix what the existing sidewalk along Chestnut and to continue it so that it connects up to the sidewalk system along Rand, allowing for continuous solid surface passage that doesn't exist right now beyond the site. The building, as I said before, is 40 units. The building includes full accessibility. Within the building, of the 40 units, 4, which are those that are in the yellow, are designed and will be built as completely accessible. Those in the blue, that's another 8 units, are designed to be readily adaptable for accessible conversion. In addition to that, the building allows anybody to come in, go anywhere in the building, the entire site is accessible to and through the building. And we even have one unit, which is the yellow one, that is set up for people with sensory issues. If somebody has sight or hearing problems, that unit is set to handle them. I'm sorry, that's the pink one. All of the elements on the east side, on the west side of the building that are in white are the community spaces that I spoke about earlier. And all 40 units are actually capable of being fully adapted if necessary, since they're all designed the same with the same clearances, same door spacing, same door sizes, turnaround opportunities for wheelchairs within the units. The unit plans show how we've designed them so that each of them, you see circles in the bathrooms, that is the clearance requirements for turnarounds for wheelchairs. You see how the doors are on wider halls. The living and dining areas are set as an open floor plan, and all the rooms are set for accessibility considerations. So to state it as simply as possible. This is not only an affordable housing project, this is also an accessibility project. This development provides that even those units that are not designed or adaptable for accessibility actually can be if that's necessary. The facade of the building has no backs, no sides. They're all fronts to us. The facade facing Rand Road in particular was of attention to the Design Commission when we met with them. And from these renderings, you can see that the building actually steps down from 4 stories to 3 stories to 2 stories as you move toward Rand Road. So as the building gets closer, we're set back 100 feet, by the way. You get a lot of interest in the massing, and the materials that were used on the building have been modified to meet the stipulations that the Design Commission applied to us after their meeting. I believe there were 8. So the building plans before you tonight represent all of those stipulations. In addition to that, as I said before, that there were a number of staff reports that have come out, and then the other commissions, the Housing Commission and the Plan Commission also had their stipulations. We have accepted and acknowledged all of those staff reports and all of the stipulations in those previous commission meetings. So that we are seeking no relief from any elements whatsoever in this project. In the last item that I'll touch upon is there is a monument sign. The monument sign is purposely sized to be human scale, as you can see by the depiction of a person standing next to it. It's designed with the same finishes, materials, tones, textures as the rest of the development. And this will be the sign that invites the new residents to come to their new homes. With that, I would turn it back to Mr. Zimmerman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John, and good evening, board again. So now I'd like to speak on behalf of the developer and explain a little bit about the timeline that we've gone over for the past year. So back in September, a whole year ago, we reached out to the seller, and basically the broker explained to me, this site's been sitting here vacant, close to 2 decades. If you reach out to the city and see if they're supportive, and we're happy to go along with you and see if we can make this a reality. So of course, we reached out to the village. We were really happy to hear that not only had the previous summer the village passed an inclusionary housing ordinance, but that generally the staff was supportive of this and asked us to start taking the next steps. So our next step was to go to IDA for the financing. And we did that by submitting a pre-application proposal to them and saying, hey, we're new here. We'd like to work in the state of Illinois. We found a nonprofit partner that we think is great. And this site we think is great for affordable housing. What do you think? So we submitted that in October. Close to Thanksgiving, they wrote back to us like they did everyone who submitted and said, yeah, please move forward. This is a great site. We'd love to see this. By January, we had reached out to Cook County and said, hey, can you help us make this financing a reality? It's very tough to do affordable housing and do it to the standards that we want to, building great buildings and beautiful communities. And they said, no problem. Based on the strength of your nonprofit Turnstone and the buildings they've brought to life, we're happy to commit $1 million if you can get funding from IDA. So we said, fantastic. And before we submitted to them, we went to a conceptual plan review with members of the Plan Commission. Very fruitful conversation, had a lot of good thoughts and feedback. And ultimately they said, this sounds like a great development. Please start taking it through the process. So by March 2nd, we came in front of the Housing Commission. Again, a lot of great questions, spoke about how this met with the ordinance, what are affordability requirements, and ultimately they gave us a unanimous approval. After that, about a week later, we had a neighborhood meeting. Now, to be very clear, this neighborhood meeting was held with residents 250 feet within the site, and the property ID, the PIN numbers, and the addresses were given to us. So ultimately, we did mail them out. They were given to us by the village. We had the meeting. Roughly 3 people showed up. And the only material comment was, please make sure you focus on traffic. This is our community. We want to make sure. And ultimately, if this is approved, this will be our community as well. And our residents are concerned with parking, traffic, just like anybody that lives in an apartment. So we took that very seriously and said, yes, we'll definitely do that. And staff brought that up to as well. We'll get into the traffic study in a second. After that, as John mentioned, we went to a design commission. It was very thorough, a lot of comments about siding, windows, scoring, what the renderings would look like. Ultimately, again, great conversation, and I think it elevated the building. A lot of good feedback that we ultimately took and made the building look even better than we initially proposed. So I really thank the design commission for that. And ultimately, they gave us unanimous approval. I think the plan commission is where things got really interesting. Ultimately, many residents from the neighborhood came out and said that, we had purposely not tried to include them in this. Now, again, I want to focus that we've been working on this for a year, the staff, various commissions, but ultimately that didn't sit right with us as a team. And we said, well, listen, if there's this many concerns, maybe we've missed something. Let's address these and let's have a meeting with them. The plan commission, very thoughtful of them, said, hey, we're happy to give you unanimous approval, but you need to host a neighborhood meeting. So we said, no problem. We'll host our second neighborhood meeting. And about a month later, we did that. Again, a lot of folks showed up and they had concerns that I'm going to get into in a second. Again, rather than rush this to a board, when so many concerns were out there that seemed unaddressed by the folks that I spoke with in the meeting and afterwards in person and some folks over the phone, I said, all right, we really need to dig into this. And we got to look at all the things they've asked us to do. So not only should we going to do all those things, we're also going to host a third neighborhood meeting, which we did, and I think was actually very fruitful, as many people afterward came up and said, hey, thank you so much for educating us on this and what you're building. Thank you for taking our consideration and need. There's also a lot of supporters that came out as well and explained the need for this type of housing within Arlington Heights. We can go to the next. So that's what I want to address now, what those neighbor concerns are and what tangible things we actually did to take that into consideration. I'm not sure who's hosting the meeting and who has control of that, but I do want to mention that I'm going to go through these 6 items, but the traffic specifically, after I touch on it from my side, I'd like Louis Buna with KLOA to be made a presenter as well so that he can use the couple next slides to talk about that. So the first and most important one that many of the neighbors have brought up is traffic. And basically the 2 issues that were brought up was, one, there needs to be a traffic signal here. We live here, there's multiple traffic signals to the south on Rand Road, to the commercial complex. Either one of those could be taken here. We just need it, and that's going to make this a more safe intersection. The second thing that was brought up was that the traffic study that we did in April, and remember we had our neighborhood meeting in March, so we did it the following month, was not a valid traffic study. And the reason for that was that COVID was in its height, school wasn't in session, it was still winter, and therefore the numbers weren't good. So again, we took that very personally. I reached out to Louis with KLOA, and I said, listen, we need to redo this study, and we need to do it when school's back in session. And as we all know, COVID has kind of died, kind of come back, but ultimately we need to redo this study. But the first thing that happened is that traffic study was taken to IDOT by the village staff. And IDOT came back and said, based on this, no traffic signal is warranted. But that wasn't good enough for us. So I told my design team, you need to set up a meeting with IDOT because that doesn't make sense to me. Let's see if, as a private developer, we can get something rolling. So they had that meeting and IDOT gave them the same answer. But the second part was to have KLOA go out there and do a second study. So we did that at the end of August, and rather than do one day of 7 to 9 and 4 to 6 like we had done previously, we did 2 days, 7 to 9 and 2:30 to 6. I said, we got to capture this whole thing. We don't want to leave any stone unturned. And if the folks in this neighborhood are right that this is warranted, then we want to find that. Ultimately, that traffic study has been provided, and there was a slight uptick, but not one that's tangential in any way to say that a traffic signal could be warranted. But I really want to be clear that we took that into consideration. Additionally, we were asked by staff to do a gap analysis, which basically in layman's terms says, hey, how many times on any given route here on Rand are there openings for people to make a safe turn from either Chestnut or Techney? And that gap analysis showed that there was plenty of opportunities to make that turn safely. Additionally, there was a concern that there was a cut-through problem and that people were constantly cutting through going up to Waverly. So that was done. And the level of service on all of that was an A, which is the best it can possibly be. And lastly, what was asked, and I'll speak on this in the schools as well, was please take a look at the bus route system as well. So we did that as well. And KLA said, hey, look, there's no clustering here. There's no constant times where the buses are coming together. So I just want to be really clear that ultimately, when the neighbors raise that concern, the people that we house, they raise concerns to us all the time. Just like anybody looking for an apartment, if they move in and they feel like the parking's not appropriate, or there's too much traffic, it's unsafe, they do that. So we take that very important and very seriously because we want it to be safe for our residents. But ultimately, after doing 3 studies here, multiple days, it's clear to us that from a technical standpoint and from an actual standpoint, there's no reason that this project can't proceed under a traffic. And the last thing I want to add on that before I turn it over to Lue is that under the existing zoning, a restaurant could be built here, no public approval process, and ultimately that would generate more traffic than what we would generate. So that's what I have to say from my standpoint as a developer trying to take this very seriously. Has Lue been able to be connected here? Lue,
Yeah, I'm
are you
on.
here?
Yeah, I'm on.
All right, perfect. I'll let you talk about the next slides and then we'll come back to me.
Sure. Good evening. Again, my name is Lue Abuna. I'm a principal with KLOA. We prepared the traffic study, and I think Jake did a great job explaining the process of what we went through in terms of doing the traffic study initially in April, and then subsequently we provided an addendum that looked at additional counts that we did along Chestnut at Rand and Waverly on a couple days in August when the schools were back in session and traffic was close to being normal pre-pandemic conditions. The counts that we did, like Jake said, we looked at the morning peak period 7 to 9, and then the afternoon period between 2:30 and 6. And the reason why we started earlier at 2:30 than normally we would at 4 is to try to capture any peaks, secondary peaks that are the result of school traffic in the area. And essentially what we found is that there was an uptick in the morning count along Chestnut Avenue. And that's attributed to primarily to the school traffic. But the evening traffic held very steady, was very close to what we had previously included in the April traffic study. And the numbers that you see here, the top half is for the August 25th, and it shows the individual movements at each intersection. The parentheses are in the evening peak hour, and then you got also the morning peak hour. If we can go to the next slide, that shows the comparison of the counts. So this slide here shows the comparison of the April counts with both the August 25th and August 26th. And from an intersection overall standpoint, the increases or differences were not significant. There was an increase, like I said earlier, an uptick in the morning, and an overall for the intersection of about 100 trips between August 25th and April. That's an over an hour period. And then on August 26th was about 165. That's obviously out of 1,600 cars that travel through that intersection. In the evening, interestingly enough, the August 25th, the counts were slightly lower, and then on August 26th were very slightly higher. So again, they were very consistent in terms of the traffic levels that are going through that intersection. The only notable increase was again on Chestnut, and again you can see in the last column, how the two-way traffic on Chestnut compares. That's between just immediately east of Rand. So you can see that the August 25th, there was an increase of 69 trips when you compare them to the April counts, and then August 26th, there was a 74 two-way trips increase when compared to the April counts. The afternoon or the evening were very comparable, consistent with the overall traffic that travels through the intersection. When we took these numbers and reanalyzed the intersection, we did the capacity analyses to look at how the intersection is operating from a level service standpoint and from a delay standpoint. And we focused on the Chestnut Avenue traffic that is exiting onto Rand Road, whether people are turning left or going through to connect to Techney or making a right-hand turn to go northwest on Rand. And when we analyze that intersection under existing conditions, it shows that, again, primarily most of the movements are operating at acceptable level of service. The only notable movement that was showing some increased delay were the left turns coming out of Chestnut onto Rand, in the morning and in the evening peak hour. When we added the traffic from the proposed development, the increase in delay was very minimal, was about a couple seconds. So it really did not appreciably change the operations of the intersection and did not cause a significant increase in traffic. And just to kind of give you an idea of the amount of traffic that we're talking about, this type of development with 40 units will generate approximately 14 trips in the morning, that's in and out, and 18 trips in the evening, both in and out. So it's not a significant increase in traffic. And when you take into account some of those movements are going in different directions, the increase for any particular movement at Rand and Chestnut is not going to be more than 4 or 5 cars over a 1 hour period. So the analysis that we did, again, it looks at the intersection as an isolated intersection. It doesn't really take into account the proximity to the signals that are located in close to the intersection. You have a signal to the north at Kennecott, you have a signal to the south at Arlington Plaza. Rand Road has a very well interconnected signal system where traffic on Rand Road progresses in platoons. So what happens is when these signals shut the traffic off on Rand, it stops it at both intersections to allow the cars from the side streets to access Rand Road. That creates gaps in the traffic stream. So what we did is we measured what the availability of those gaps in the traffic stream. That's really a very accurate way to look at, can this intersection or does this intersection have adequate capacity to accommodate this increase in traffic? So if we go to the next slide, and you can see here the 2 tables that we presented in our addendum, it shows the potential movement or the available gaps in the traffic stream. So for example, for left turns from Rand Road, so these are people that are coming from the northwestern Rand and want to turn left to travel east on Chestnut, there are over 760 gaps available that we measured in the morning peak hour on August 25th. And we are only required to have 2 to accommodate the 2 movements that we anticipate that will be coming from that direction. The same thing in the evening, there are over 490 gaps available, and we only need 5 to accommodate the 5 movements that will be coming back, residents that will be coming back from the northwest on Rand Road to access the site. The critical movement is the left out from Chestnut Avenue. In the morning, we measured 133 gaps on August 25th and 116 gaps on August 26th. And we only need 4 gaps because that's what we're anticipating. The number of cars will be turning left from Chestnut onto Rand Road. In the evening, there are 73 gaps on August 25th and 43 gaps on August 26th. And again, we anticipate only needing 4 gaps to accommodate the 4 movements turning out of Chestnut onto Rand. And then for the right turns out, there are significantly more gaps than the left turns, so those will be easily accommodated. Typically, what the highway capacity manual suggests is that if you have 2 to 3 times the number of gaps that you need, that means these cars are not going to be waiting significantly long time to exit onto Rand Road. So based on the results of the analysis as well as the results of the gap study, we anticipate that this intersection will continue to operate similar to what it does today. Yes, there are times when traffic arrives at the intersection, we'll have to wait for a gap, because if you arrive and those platoons are occupying the gaps through the intersection, you're going to have to wait till the end of the platoons and there be gaps and allow the cars to exit onto Rand Road. So that's essentially what the follow-up studies that we did, just again to emphasize that the counts, while they are a little higher in the morning, did not change our conclusions or the findings that we had originally presented in the traffic study, and that the amount of traffic that this development is going to generate is not significant and it's not going to alter the operations of the intersection. Thank you.
Thanks, Louie. Can you go back? Back to the neighborhood concerns slide. There you go. Perfect. So thanks so much, Louie. And I think the last thing I want to emphasize, what Louie has said with regards to the traffic, is whether or not we're approved right now on any given day, somebody could wait 48 seconds to take a left onto Rand Road. And if we are approved, that number is going to change to a little over 50. It was a big thing that was made at the Plan Commission with regards to level of service being an E, and if we're built, it's an F. and we're talking about roughly 2 seconds. So, you know, I'm really happy to look into all those traffic concerns, and ultimately I think we've tried to go above and beyond to address them. So now I'm going to speak on some of the other ones that many of the neighbors have brought up. The second one is about schools, mainly Ivy Hill, Greenbrier, and Thomas Middle School, all District 25. So rather than just sit and say, no, this isn't possible, we went ahead and we called District 25. Not only do they do a projection analysis, they also do an enrollment every single year. I don't want to speculate on what the cause is, but last year there was a drop off in Ivy Hill of 91 students. So from 2019 to 2020, 91 students weren't going there. Is that COVID related? Is it a big graduating class? Who knows? I used to be a teacher, so I care a lot about schools. And ultimately, at one point, there was kind of a phenomenon put out that we would generate 80 kids. So the other thing we did is we went to Parkview. The Plan Commission and staff talked a lot about Parkview, another development financed by IDA with tax credits. So not only did we go see the development, which is beautiful, by the way, great design, great construction, we also met with the management staff and we walked the building. And we asked them, how many school-age children do you have in your 45-unit building with some 3 bedrooms? And they said 13. Ultimately, national studies show that, you know, we should build, you know, 40 units. There might be anywhere between, you know, 5 to 13 students, which is information we shared with staff. But national studies are good for national. And locally, you have a community very similar that only has 13. So, you know, that's something I think we really tried to educate everybody on, that, especially with our 1 and 2 bedroom unit mix, this is not a property that we expect to have tons of school children. But to the extent there are, we spoke with District 25 not only about their enrollment rates, but also the bus system and their capability of coming by here to pick kids up if needed. The third thing that was raised is property management. We as a company are nationally recognized to manage over 3,000 units, but we're not local to Illinois. So we want to use a third-party management company that has best practices in the state. The initial company we looked at was Carefree Management. Why? Because when we spoke with IDA, they said they're a great group. When we spoke with all the banks that we work with, they said they're a great group. And even better, Turnstone, who's our partner, has worked with them and said they're fantastic. But ultimately at the neighborhood meetings, people said, hey, we really want you to dig into this. I said, no problem. When we were at Parkview, we met with Up Holdings, another private developer that also manages their buildings, has a footprint in Arlington Heights, Mount Prospect, Palatine. And we said, hey, we want to bring you into this conversation. And we started vetting them. And that's a process we're going through right now. But more importantly, it was asked of us, hey, how is there going to be ownership on site and somebody really looking at this? So even though when we submitted to IDA, we're 40 affordable units, we didn't ask for one of those units to be exempt. We went back to IDA after that meeting and said, hey, we'd really like to make sure that one of these units is for either a property manager or maintenance person to not only work at the property, but also live there and have an extra set of, you know, eyes, be able to have contact for the residents. And I think, like all of us know, when you work somewhere that you also live, you want to make sure that that community is kept to the highest of standards. So ultimately, even though a 40-unit community, in our experience, probably doesn't warrant that, that's something that we really took consideration with from the community and decided that we would make a change. And we're going to go to IDA's board for that, assuming we receive approval. The next part was security. So even though the Village of Arlington Heights has nothing in the building code with regards to cameras or, you know, how you put the different, you know, key fobs or other kind of security measures into a building, we met with staff and said, hey, that's something that we heard as a concern. And even though we know that our residents are not a huge problem of concern and we don't find major security or really security issues at our communities, we do in fact put in cameras, key fob systems, and even occasionally license plate readers. And we do that for insurance purposes and liability purposes because we're making a huge investment, and so are the banks. So if we're investing $16 million into the community, we want to make sure that that investment stays strong. It's a great deterrent for people outside of our community not to come in. I read one of the comments, and I know for a fact that, you know, our sign was graffitied and other things have happened. Well, those are things that, with us being eyes on the street in a new community, that's not going to happen on a vacant property anymore. So we took that into great consideration. That was another aspect of us making sure that one of our property managers or maintenance also lives on the site. The next part was market. I think there's a lot of folks that believe that Arlington Heights has no market for this, and there's no one that can be served from this. A little later in the slide, I'm going to explain all the people that can, again, from a third-party group that we hired to do market studies in this area and Arlington Heights as a whole. But I think even more importantly, it's about how we market these properties. When anyone asks me, you know, how are we marketing them? We're marketing them as if they're market rate. we not only create property specific websites, we do renderings, and we go to all the local community members. This process of having these neighborhood meetings has introduced us to not only so many neighbors and residents, but also groups. So people have a great head start on this so that we can ensure that basically the people that end up living here are the folks that already live here, whether they're aging out of existing housing, whether they're new to the workforce, they're local retirees. That's our goal. And from a marketability standpoint, that's what we're going to do, because we want to make sure that the people that live here and work here are able to live here. The last topic I have is just miscellaneous. John mentioned some of this. There's been concerns about, runoff water or snow accumulation, just a whole host of things. The ComEd substation and, are there electric frequency waves? So all those things we're addressing with staff, and specifically the ComEd. We not only went to ComEd, who's a partner on the project, because we build everything with NGBS and also, utilizing very energy efficient stuff. We went to our architect, phase one engineer, and there's just no basis for that comment. Well, let's say there's some existing houses that I think some, people live in right now. They're actually closer to that substation than our proposed building will be. If you wouldn't mind to go to keep on. All right, so I want to address the potential market. Through the staff report, it was obviously made available to me and noticeable that a petition had been circulated. So the two things I want to comment with regards to the petition are, one, it's very unclear to me what the reason is to vote no and what people who signed that were told to vote no. I think it's a great effort and a grassroots effort to go find local members of the community, but I'm not clear what was told to them, because it basically just says, board and mayor, please vote no on this, and then lots of signatures. I'd love to know what the actual reason was. But I think more importantly, the one material comment on the second page after the map says that this board should be making decisions based on the sole benefit of the citizens of the Village of Arlington Heights. So if that's the case, what you see in the bottom right corner is, if you take this primary market area, which is Arlington Heights, Wheeling, Palatine, basically anybody that makes under the 54,000 amount, but also the 34,000, which is 3 times the rent, there are 3,700 households in this primary market area, not people, households that could qualify for this. But let's take it a step further and say if it's Arlington Heights, the number drops off a little bit. It's 3,300. But let's take off the caveat that it's just under the income and 3 times the rent, because I want to make it really clear that these are working people that have to make sure that they can pay the rent, because otherwise they're going to be underwater day one. But let's just say we're forgetting about that, and we just want to make it for the 40 units for the 60% and below. Then you're talking about a primary market area that could serve close to 6,500 people, and for the Village of Arlington Heights, over 6,000. So if we're making decisions for the sole benefit of the citizens of Village of Arlington Heights, I would hope that a development that solves 1%, less than 1% of that problem, is taken into consideration, even if it's not the most vocal of residents. So I want to conclude by 2 slides here. One is, who are we? A lot has been made that we're out-of-state developers. I want to be really clear. I grew up in the northern suburbs as well of Illinois from the time I was born to 18 years old. And because I love this area and community so much, I actually moved my family back here from May to the end of the year during COVID last year. Our executive director at Turnstone is from Arlington Heights. This is very meaningful for us that this is successful. But more importantly, who's HTG? We are a nationally renowned developer of affordable housing. This is based on Affordable Housing Finance publication, Chicago-based, and it speaks to how many starts have you had each year? Otherwise, how many jobs have you started construction units, and how many have you finished? So as you can see, starting in 2015, we're number 25, 22, 32, 19, 29. But next to it is all the units that we've started. We take this extremely seriously. What's not on this slide is that in 2017, we were recognized as having the best affordable family housing development in the entire country in Miami. So when you want to speak to our integrity and our ability to bring this kind of housing to life and manage it well, I really hope that this is taken into consideration. And if you wouldn't mind to go to the last slide. Even with that, because I'm up here as one person representing a company of over 100 that work in our headquarters between asset management, construction, maintenance, property management, accounting. That's who HTG is. We felt it extremely important to partner with someone local. So when I came back here last year and started speaking with IDA and the banks and said, hey, who is a local nonprofit that not only knows how to get this done extremely well, takes great pride in their communities, and has a fantastic reputation. And they all told me one name, Turnstone Development Corporation. And so we partnered with them and we brought them to the table. We're a 75% owner, they're a 25% owner. And not only does that ensure you have a great private company with lots of large banks, financial guarantees on the line that we want to see great investment, you have an awesome nonprofit that wants to see the best for their community. As you can see, most of the communities they built are in Cook County and they have extensive experience. So with that, I will turn it back over to staff. We're obviously all here for questions, and thank you so much for the time to present who we are and our proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuneman, for that very detailed presentation, which I hope will answer a lot of the questions from the village board members and address a lot of the concerns from our audience members as well. So thank you. Let me turn it over now to our staff, Mr. Recklaus or Mr. Perkins, who wants to go first?
I'm going to let Mr. Perkins present this one, and then staff is happy to answer any questions the board may have once he's finished.
All right, thank you. Charles?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to screen share, if everybody can see my screen now. So what I'd like to do is just talk about the actions, the zoning actions that are actually being requested. As has been mentioned a couple of occasions, this project comes before you with actually no requests for zoning variations, which is fairly unusual. The petitioner is seeking to rezone the property from B2 to R6. It was stated earlier it was R4. It's actually R6, which is our kind of moderate density multifamily zoning district. A portion of the property is already zoned R6, the little triangle piece on the far east side, but the remainder would be rezoned from the commercial district. And then also to amend the village's comprehensive plan, change that from commercial to the moderate density residential, and then a plat to consolidate the two lots into one lot. So during the process, a number of key issues have come up, some of which have been touched upon, and I'll just elaborate a little bit. The process, affordable housing, density, and appropriateness of land use. The developer's record was raised as some questions, flooding on Chestnut Street, school impact, park impact, and then of course, traffic. So just to go over quickly the review process. So we do have a detailed review process. It started, as the petitioner mentioned, in January with the Conceptual Plan Review Committee. And before each meeting that the village hosts, all of the materials are placed on the village's website, along with the agenda for anybody to view. So after the January Conceptual Plan Review Committee, one of the requirements from staff and the committee was that the developer hold a neighborhood meeting. That's one of the requirements that we've been asking for quite a few now of developers. They then went to the Housing Commission on March 2nd. And again, all the information was placed on the website on February 26th. And then held their neighborhood meeting that petitioner explained that for one reason or another, only 3 residents attended the meeting, which was a shame. So they filed their Plan Commission application on April 16th after the first neighborhood meeting. And then the Design Commission public meeting was held on May 11th. And for the Design Commission, for this type of development, we do require a notice to be posted on the property. So there were 2 signs that were posted on the property. They went up on April 23rd, at least 15 days prior to the May 11th meeting. So one was on Rand Road and one was on Chestnut, announcing the hearing, where to get information about it, and who to contact. And again, it was placed on the village's website. Then the Commission public hearing was held on June 23rd. The village follows the state statute requirements that requires public notice be mailed to taxpayers of record within 250 feet of the property, and that can be mailed no less than 15 days prior to the public hearing and no more than 30 days prior to the public hearing. So it's current when people get that notice. Again, for this hearing, 2 signs were placed on the property on June 8th, one on Rand Road and one on Chestnut, and then a legal notice in the newspaper, as well as being placed on the website. And as the petitioner mentioned, the Plan Commission at their hearing on June 23rd recommended approval of the project with a 7-0 vote, with a condition that they hold an additional neighborhood meeting, which they did do on July 22nd. After that meeting, the petitioner requested not to go to the village board in August, and to take time to digest the concerns and comments that were raised by the residents in the neighborhood. And staff requested that they conduct an additional traffic study when the school was in session, and also to do the gap analysis, analyze the bus pickup and drop off around Chestnut area, and also to provide the security plan that's in your packet. Then the petitioner elected and opted to hold an additional neighborhood meeting towards the end of August. So some of the concerns initially raised were concerns about the developer's record. So we did look at a report from the Office of Inspector General for Palm Beach County. They were basically complaints filed against Palm Beach County Department of Economic Sustainability. There were about 8 or 12 complaints. HTG was referenced, but there were no findings against HTG by the Inspector General. There were some findings against the Palm County DES department, but none against HTG. There was also a reference of an article with complaints filed by the state of Florida Housing Agency regarding alleged illegal submittals by HTG for their funding application. We've found no additional information on that alleged discrepancy. We did then reach out to the Illinois Housing Development Authority, and we contacted them and asked them about HTG. They said the funding request was moving along very well. We also asked them about their partner Turnstone. They said, I had said they've had a great experience working with Turnstone. Turnstone has done a couple of projects locally in Crystal Lake and Richmond Park. We contacted Crystal Lake, and in their words, they said Turnstone was really great to work with and gone above and beyond, and they had no complaints. Their management firm of Carefree Management manages facilities in Schaumburg and Hoffman Estates. We contacted both of those communities. Schaumburg had no issues with Carefree Management, and Hoffman Estates had limited contacts. We also looked at the Better Business Bureau, and there are about 4 or 6 complaints, mainly landlord-tenant complaints about deposits and things of that nature, but nothing of a zoning or property management point of view. So looking at an overview of the site, so the site used to be a restaurant. Zophia's restaurant moved from Milwaukee Avenue in the early to mid 1990s. It was in operation for a few years, and then it became vacant. And then ultimately in December 2002, a demolition permit was issued, and the property was demolished, and it's been vacant for the approximately 19 years since then. During that time period, there's only been one formal application, Plan Commission application, to change the zoning or do anything on the property. And that was started in 2000 with a 72-unit development that was proposed. Staff did not support that. It was too dense, did not meet the density requirements. And then in 2001 and 2002, the application was submitted for 48 units. Staff did not support that request either. We supported generally the idea of multifamily residential at this location, but the density was too great at 48 units, and it was a different kind of housing product that took up much more of the site, and there are a number of other site planning issues with that particular project. It did go to the Plan Commission on 3 occasions, not really, but each time was continued due to those issues, and then the project was withdrawn. Since then, we've had a few conceptual inquiries on the property. One was an animal hospital veterinarian facility. One was a daycare that ultimately went on Arlington Heights Road. We did have a townhouse request for about 32 units. And I say request, it was just a conceptual inquiry. And then a couple of developers previously looked at multifamily in the range of 36 to 48 units, but nobody moved forward with the site until the current proposal. So specifically what's being requested on the left is the zoning map. The area highlighted in pink that's rectangular is currently zoned B2 commercial, and they're seeking to rezone it to R6. Everything to the northwest is zoned R6. Across the street is R6. Diagonally across the street is institutional. That's Waverly Place, 45-unit memory care, and then just west of there is also zoned R6. So changing to an R6 classification is consistent with the surrounding zonings to the southwest and the northwest. And on the right, you can see the comprehensive plan. The kind of brownie color is all the moderate density multifamily designation. The green is the institutional, and obviously the red is the commercial. So this is kind of a transition site on the edge of the commercial district that runs from Arlington Heights Road along Rand Road. There are a number of key planning goals in the comprehensive plan, and I'll just highlight a couple. One is to permit the utilization of the full potential, talents, capabilities, and productivity of all residents, regardless of race, origin, color, religion, income, sex, age, or education, to create a flexible plan that will reflect changing conditions. And since the plan was approved in 2015, the commercial environment has changed significantly for the worse, and also COVID-19 has not helped that. We also have goals to promote affordable housing for various income types, as well as to ensure that the remaining undeveloped land is utilized in a manner that benefits the community, and make sure that incompatible zoning is avoided, and that zoning is appropriate with the surrounding neighborhoods. So those are just some of the comprehensive plan goals and objectives that apply. Putting it in context, this aerial shows the site that's bounded in the red line. Just to the south of that is the former JD's restaurant. That's a vacant restaurant site, 5,000 square feet. And the area highlighted in red is the former Long John Silver's restaurant that was torn down about 11 or 12 years ago. We looked at the vacancy rate for retail, restaurant, and office along the Rand Road corridor, just west of Arlington Heights Road only, so not including the commercial of North Point, Town and Country, or South Point. And there's over 600,000 square feet of retail, restaurant, and office space along that corridor west of Arlington Heights Road. It has a vacancy rate of 10.3%. The largest groupings of vacancy are in Arlington Plaza, which is just east of the site, which has 19,000 square feet of vacant inline tenant space, plus the 5,000 square foot vacant JD's restaurant, plus pad site that I just referenced that used to be Long John Silver's. With respect to office, the Seasons Medical Office Center, almost diagonally across the street, has 47% vacancy rate with 16,000 square feet of office that's vacant. And the medical office building at 1051 Rand Road has an 18% vacancy rate with almost 12,000 square feet of vacant space. So, the viability of this site for office, retail, and restaurant uses is challenging. I'm not going to say that it would never be developed, because times change, but it is very difficult, and that's probably one of the reasons why it has remained vacant for so long. This slide shows a little more in context with the residential to the northwest. So Stonebridge Apartments, 586 units. The proposal here is 40. Across the street, you have the Fountains of Arlington, 109 units, and Greenbrier Apartments a little further along at 156 units. And not highlighted is the Waverly Place development of 45 memory care units. So, there are a lot of residential units along this corridor. The 40 units is about, 3%, 4% of what's along the corridor right now. I'll skip over the site plan slides, as the developer already went through those. The building unit, the unit sizes are 690 square feet for a one-bedroom. In comparison, Stonebridge Apartments, based on their website, the one-bedroom units range from 850 square feet to 1,170 square feet, so they're larger units. probably resulting in larger family sizes residing in those units. And then the 2-bedroom units proposed with Crescent Place is 640 square feet, and the Stonebridge unit square footage range from 1,200 square feet to just over 2,000 square feet for the 2-bedroom units. The petitioner talked about the traffic study. We did ask them to do a second study. We did send the warrant study to IDOT, and they have indicated in writing that the traffic did not meet the warrant study requirements. There have been some questions about the traffic studies, just at traffic signals just to the east. Those were installed in 1989 as part of an Operation Greenlight project. And the developers, the property owners of the Arlington Square Shopping Center and the Annex both pay annual maintenance fees for those two signals, both electricity and the annual maintenance costs. This slide just kind of shows a little bit about the types of developments that perhaps could go there under the current zoning and what the comparable traffic could be. So on the top line, you'll see Crescent Place. It is a 2.4 acre parcel. Total weekday AM trips are 14 as projected by the consultant and the IT traffic manual, and then 18 weekday PM evening trips. So we looked at comparable developments that had come through the village recently and looked at their traffic analysis and studies. Kensington School on Kensington and Dryden, it's a 2-acre site, 150 children, 23 staff, and 15,000 square foot building. Their AM peak trips are a total 99, a lot more than what's proposed with this development, and their PM peak trips 112. We looked at an office type facility. Hawkeye Chiropractic was just approved earlier this year by the village. That's on 0.9 of an acre, just over 5,000 square foot building. Comparable traffic for that size building, but this site is 2.5 times that. So if you multiply these numbers by 2.5 times, you could expect AM peak traffic for that type of use in the range of 40 trips and PM peak traffic of around 50. We then looked at Raising Cane's, that's under construction. That's a fast casual dining restaurant on 1 acre, 150 AM trips if it was a morning restaurant of a fast casual nature, and 125 PM trips. I'm not sure this is a viable fast casual restaurant site though. Last two, Pet Suites, also on Rand Road, a little further east. This particular one, it's like a doggy daycare, has lower trips, more comparable with the proposed development. And then lastly, we looked at if this was developed as a retail shopping center. We're not seeing any new retail shopping centers being built, but on a 1.7 acre site, you could get about 16,000 square feet. Comparable trips in the morning, but much more, 145 in the evening. So there have been some questions about affordable housing. There's definitely a shortage of affordable housing, not just nationally, but also in the state of Illinois. And also in July last year, the Village Board adopted the inclusionary zoning ordinance, which for developments with public funding would require a 10% affordability requirement. HTG is proposing 100% affordability. And these are the typical average household incomes that would be required for to rent at 30% of area median income and 60% of area median income based on family size. And then the rental rates for a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom under the village requirements would be $1,023 these are in 2020 dollars, and $1,228. The developers rentals will be about $100 less than this to account for utility offsets as required by IDA. There have been some questions and concerns about flooding or ponding on the east side of Chestnut. We did forward the information to the engineering division and public works, and they've taken a look at it. The development, as mentioned earlier, would detain stormwater on site, and it would drain to the east. It would not drain towards Chestnut. Public Works, prior to information sent in on June 26th, had no history of any flooding or ponding in this area. They looked at the information and images sent to us of on June 28th, and they felt it was an isolated incident caused by an inlet being clogged with leaves and debris. There was a heavy rainstorm on August 9th, and Public Works went out on numerous occasions during that storm. They took photographs, and on all visits, no ponding of water was observed. This afternoon, I did get forwarded a photograph of some ponding on the east side of Chestnut that occurred this afternoon. I sent that again to Public Works. They went out there late in the day, took a look at it. They feel there's some blockage again in the storm sewer on the east side of Chestnut, and they put a work order in to go and take a closer look at that over the next few days. So we also took a look at what kind of population we might expect in this development. We got data from Parkview Apartments. Parkview is a little different. It's 45 units. They have some 3-bedroom units. They have a total of 79 bedrooms. According to their management firm, they have 90 residents. So we looked at the ratios of that and applied it to the 60-bedroom, 40-unit Crescent Place development. And based on those ratios, you could anticipate a population between 68 and 80 residents. The tenant selection criteria that the developer has submitted to IDA sets a maximum of 2 persons per bedroom. So even based on that, the maximum occupancy would be 120 residents. We also looked at the school enrollment. We reached out to the school districts, and they provided actual school enrollment data. So there were 5 high school children enrolled last school year in School District 214. There were 9 middle-aged children at Parkview enrolled, and there were 11 elementary school children for a total of 25. That's a little different than what the developer said. This is directly from the school districts. So we took that and applied the ratios for a smaller development for Crescent Place. And on the bottom half, you can see what the projected school enrollments could be, 18 to 23 students. School District 25, the school would be, elementary school would be Ivy Hill. They have 6 buses that go to that school right now. They indicated they didn't see there would be a need to add an additional bus because there is capacity in those buses. Depending upon when this is built and actual enrollment, they indicated they might need to add another bus to go to Thomas School. There's currently 3 buses that go from Chestnut to Thomas School. They did not indicate they would have issues in accommodating the children at either of those schools. There were some questions about impacts on the park and congestion at the Rand Berkeley Park. So we reached out to the Park District. They conducted counts of children in Rand Berkeley Park on over 30 occasions. The maximum usage at any one time observed by the Park District was 9 children. And 29 times there were 4 or less children on the playground at the times that they were out there. So they did not believe there was a capacity issue at the Rand Berkeley Park. There have been some questions about property taxes. So in 2019, the property paid $15,200. That's a vacant property. We looked at, again, what Parkview pays based on 45 units. Extrapolated that for 40 units and estimate around 91,000 would be paid if the assessor applies a similar formula to this development as they did to Parkview. In comparison to a 20,000 square foot center just down the road, Huntington Square Shopping Center, in 2019, they paid $102,000 in property taxes. And we know the $91,000 won't cover the actual children cost of enrollment. But as the board knows, at the last meeting, they approved the development Ridgeline, a 500,000 square foot warehouse distribution facility. That developer estimates new property taxes over a 12-year time period would be almost $12 million. And about 65% of that will go to education. So other non-residential developments pay a significant amount of money towards education to spread those taxes so it's not a burden on individual taxpayers. The Plan Commission did recommend 7-0 in favor of the proposed project with these conditions. Staff is suggesting a few additional conditions based upon new information that was conducted and provided and commitments made by the developer. So these are shown on items 6 through 11 on this slide. They're also in the board packet material. They deal with the requirement for on-site manager, the requirement for the additional on-site residential unit to be occupied by a manager or maintenance supervisor, as long as either approves. That was a commitment that the developers made. We've also said that the security plan, that the development would need to be constructed in accordance with the security plan. The tenant selection plan is referenced here as well. And then lastly, although staff, including the engineering division, concur with the traffic assessment, we have added a traffic condition that in the event that future traffic warrants are met for any traffic improvements at the intersection of Rand and Chestnut Avenue, that the subject property owner would contribute their pro rata share or 10%, whichever is greater, of the costs of any such warrant study, design, or construction of improvements to this intersection. So if down the road there were necessary improvements, then this development would pay their proportional share. And then lastly, the ability to request any modifications to the driveways on Chestnut if there were to be any issues with ingress and egress onto Chestnut. And that concludes my presentation. I'll stop the screen share and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perkins. Again, a very detailed report that hopefully will answer a lot of questions by both the board and the audience and address a lot of concerns. So thank you for that report. We will now go, just for the audience education, we will go back to the board first for initial questions, and then once the board is done with their initial questions or comments, we'll go to the audience and then back to the board for further deliberation and hopefully a vote. So first hand I saw was Trustee Canty.
Thank you, President Hayes, and thank you to the petitioner and to staff for these presentations. They were extremely thorough and helpful. I know you've answered a lot of my questions. I was kind of making notes to myself as all of you were talking. We've received a lot of feedback about this development, and that's great. I love to see our community engaged and passionate. I do want to say some things. First, there's been a lot of discussion about this being a prime piece of commercial real estate on Rand Road. And I just want to recognize the work that the petitioner and staff has put in to give us more insight into what that means truly. The site has been vacant since 2002. And so it is my belief that when it comes to commercial space, the market has spoken, and the market has resoundingly said no thank you to this site as a commercial space for the last 19 years. And so I am hesitant to turn up my nose at developers that do want to come in and make productive use of property in the hopes that we might one day find a commercial development that would rather go in there. I would hate to see us wait another 20 years. I will say also, I appreciate, Charles, the additions that staff made to the Planning Commission's recommendations. There are a couple of those recommendations that make me a little bit uncomfortable. I appreciate that they came from the developer itself in this requirement that they have a property manager who lives on site and give over one of their units. I greatly appreciate that. I appreciate their attention to detail with their safety plan and their commitment to the residents of Arlington Heights. But in my experience, that is not something that we typically require of our developers in our multi-unit housing, though they may choose to provide it. And so I am hesitant to make that requirement of the developer here, to single out this development as requiring some kind of special treatment because of its residents or because of the type of housing that they are looking to put on this property. And so that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, though, again, I appreciate that the petitioner has stated that they would do those things and is not seeking relief from those recommendations from staff. But at this point, and in an effort to hopefully focus our conversation as we move forward, I am prepared to make a motion based on everything that I've read and the questions that have been answered and the presentations that have been made. And so I would move at this time, and this is going to be a long one, so I did write it out. I'm going to move to approve PC number 21-010 Crescent Place, an amendment to the comprehensive plan to reclassify the subject property from commercial to moderate density multifamily, rezoning of the subject property from the B2 general business district to the R6 multiple family dwelling district, and a preliminary plat of subdivision approval to consolidate the subject property into one lot, subject to the following conditions. 1, final plat of subdivision approval shall be required. 2, impact fees in accordance with Chapter 29 of the Municipal Code shall be required for each unit within the development. 3, the applicant is responsible to ensure that the subject property is and remains in full compliance with the requirements of Article 12 of Chapter 7 of the Village Code, being the village's inclusionary zoning ordinance and the village's inclusionary housing guidelines, including, without limitation, the following. A, providing in perpetuity at a minimum 2 actual on-site affordable 1-bedroom units and 2 actual on-site affordable 2-bedroom units within the development, which units shall be in compliance with Section 7-1707B3 of the Village Code. B, ensuring compliance with all other provisions of the inclusionary zoning ordinance and inclusionary housing guidelines as applicable. C, the developer shall submit a request for residency and local working preferences to HUD and IDA in order to seek approval to incorporate Arlington Heights' inclusionary housing ordinance tenant preferences in the tenant selection plan for this development consistent with their regulations. And D, even if not required, for any units the developer is making available as affordable, that the developer will make reasonable efforts to make those affordable units available according to the tenant preference in the inclusionary housing guidelines. 4, compliance with the May 11th, 2021 Design Commission motion shall be required. 5, at time of final plat of subdivision, the petitioner shall provide additional details on the light fixtures as well as a revised photometric plan that conforms to all code requirements for review and approval by staff. 6, the petitioner shall comply with all federal, state, and village codes, regulations, and policies. 7, the subject property shall be constructed in substantial conformance with the security plan dated 8/31/2021 and attached as part of this ordinance. 8, the subject property shall be operated in substantial conformance with the initial tenant selection plan dated as revised February 2021, subject to IDA final approval and attached as part of this ordinance. The maximum occupancy as outlined in the plan shall be restricted to no more than 2 individuals per bedroom. 9, in the event that future traffic warrants are met for any traffic improvements to the intersection of Rand Road and Chestnut Avenue, the subject property owner shall contribute their pro rata share or 10%, whichever is greater, of the costs for any such warrant study, design, and construction of improvements to this intersection. And 10, the property owner shall implement any driveway modifications if determined necessary by the village.
I second that.
There's a motion by Trustee Canty, seconded by Trustee Grasse. Trustee Canty, if you could, because I lost track of your motion there, if you can go to the staff recommendation, the modified recommendations.
Absolutely.
And just clarify for me and hopefully others what you've eliminated from the modified staff recommendation.
Happy to do so. In staff's recommendation, they had already struck item 6, that's in red, that was requiring another community meeting. And then they had added their own 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 12 of staff's recommendation is identical to number 7 of the Planning Commission recommendations. And so I have taken the Planning Commission's recommendations. I have subtracted item 6 as staff has done. I have added in staff's 8, 9, 10, and 11, and then kept the identical provision 7/12. Does that make sense?
All right, so you're eliminating staff's recommendation 6 and number 7.
Yes. I believe that number 6 is addressed by the developer, excuse me, the petitioner's safety plan that they have submitted. And number 7 seems to me an unnecessary overreach. So again, I appreciate that the developer has stated that they would be doing this and that they are committed to doing it. But from a board perspective, I don't feel that that is in our purview, and it is not something that we have historically required of multifamily dwellings.
Okay, I think that's clear to me. Hopefully it's clear to others. Next is Trustee Schwingbeck.
Charles, could you just throw up your recommendations again?
Yes, I will. Just 1 second.
So Trustee Canty, you're eliminating the on-site management.
I am, so that's item number 7. Is that what you're asking me? So I'm eliminating staff. Yeah, I'm proposing eliminating staff's recommendation 6 because I feel that it's redundant to the safety plan that the developer has provided. And I'm eliminating number 7 as an overreach.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I've got some questions, Mayor, if I could ask that I think go along with those 2 recommendations.
Go ahead.
And this is to Mr. Zuniman. First, it's a nice looking building, and I really appreciated your report. It was extremely thorough, and some of my questions were answered. So in your meeting number 2 with the neighborhood, going back to that on-site property manager or maintenance manager having one of those units, at that time you had stated that you would commit to that. And then in your meeting with the neighborhood number 3, you said you were exploring that idea. And then I heard, obviously again tonight, that you were having some discussions, I believe, with the IHDA, but that you were still on board with having one of those units set aside for a property manager or maintenance manager. So I guess my question is, you're willing to do that, correct?
Correct. Great question, Trustee Schwingbeck. And just to clarify the commitment to exploration to IDA, effectively there's 2 routes we can go. Ultimately, we could make the unit affordable and just pay the property manager an affordable income that they would also qualify for an affordable rent, because again, these incomes are relatively high. So they could make $40,000 all the way up to $55,000 if they had family. But as I stated in our application to IDA, we didn't ask to do that. So in order to change that, we would need to go to the board. And I asked them, hey, what if we just make it exempt for a manager where we can pay them whatever, and then effectively the unit is part of their compensation? And they ultimately said that staff would support that, but it would have to go to the board. So in either event, there are 2 ways we could do it, and that's why I wanted to clarify with, maybe some of the question there.
Okay, so I guess the 2 areas that I wanted to just talk about. One, in your presentation, you talk a lot about security, and you talk a lot about the equipment that you have on site. And in one of your letters that was going back and forth between you and our staff, Sam Hubbard, back like in August, you had talked about, if I read in that letter correctly, that you were going to have a very large monitor in the manager's office. And you stated that although that monitor was in there and it was monitoring all that security system that you put in place, that no one would have responsibility for monitoring that system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So ultimately, as kind of explained in here, we put the security cameras because we're making a large investment.
Right.
It's for insurance, liability, not because we have problem tenants. So ultimately, a monitor can sit there, but it's not something we feel needs to be actively monitored. It's more if there is an issue arises, you have the recordings and tape, and while that property manager is sitting there, they and doing their other duties and handling residents, collecting rent, meetings, etc. They have access to it. It's also through the web, and any one of our team anywhere could access that through the internet. So.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just asking these questions because they were kind of your wording.
Sure.
But one of the things you said in there was that if violations do occur, you have the camera footage to go back and determine what action to take. But when you use that, the wording, if violations do occur, what are you thinking might occur? What type of violations are you concerned about?
Well, sure. Like one of the ones that I referenced, if somebody drives on the site and damages a bollard or, hits a space, and we were wondering, hey, who is the cause of that? Is that a resident? Is that Amazon? Is that USPS? We can go back and look at it. But that's it. I mean, frankly, it's a general statement. And we just don't have that many problems. And that's why we have cameras there in the event if there are. But it's not something we expect, especially with a 40-unit development.
So the cameras internally, you're not really concerned with anything because you had said that you were just going to, be passively monitoring those. So it sounds like you're not expecting to have any issues internally.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. When I read through with respect to the density of the building, the 21 bedroom units, the 22 bedroom, and you appear to have sufficient parking. I didn't see anywhere in your report where you were talking about the number of people in each unit, but in Charles' report, if I understand it correctly, in those one bedroom units, it's going to be limited to 2 people, 2 adults, an adult and a child, and then in the 2 bedroom units, 4 people. How are you going to monitor that during?
Sure. So as part of initially the pre-application and application process, you're stating, members of the household and all that kind of stuff. And that's looking at the pre-application, application. We have so much compliance that we've dove into with the neighbors and everyone else. But ultimately, whether we do have someone on property or not, I'm sure that anybody that's lived in an apartment community, people talk. There's not a general necessity for people to want to come live here and break the rules. And so ultimately, if there's extra cars or there's someone that we know doesn't live there, the managers are there, and same with the maintenance people and other residents, frankly. I think what's been lost in a lot of this is that ultimately the people that we're serving, whether they make X income or Y income, these are just human beings trying to have a great place to live. And that's what we want to support. So that's ultimately how it's managed and monitored.
Okay. So on the vehicle side, when you were talking earlier about monitoring the vehicles, not only are you going to have a system in place where the residents' vehicles are actually registered?
Yes, typically, the vehicles get registered. We don't assign spaces, but they do get registered. And with regards to the license plate reader that we spoke about, that's not something we always do. We do on occasion, but again, that's another passive monitor tool. It's not really cross-referenced with anyone. It just goes to a database. It stays there for 30 days. And then after those 30 days, then they start moving off. Again, it's a system in place if and when arise an issue, but not because we expect one.
Okay. I had done a little bit of research on some of the other, apartments and condos, not necessarily affordable projects like you've got here, but are you going to have anything in place that like limits businesses per se in this particular facility, like daycare centers or anything?
I guess I'm not super clear on the question.
A resident living there that might have a daycare facility operating out of their unit.
No, you can't. Yeah, that would be against the lease.
Okay, so that's in there. Okay. All right. And I think the traffic you answered. I appreciate that. I had a couple of questions, but you answered all of those. I guess this goes back to Randy and Charles. If at some point in time we determine on a traffic situation that there's excess traffic going down Chestnut into the neighborhood back there, I'm sure that we could put up some signs on no right-hand turns coming out of this facility on Chestnut, or, no crossing, making a left-hand turn coming out of Chestnut on Rand Road. I'm assuming we can look at all those options.
Well, if I could, Trustee Schwingbeck, I think it's important to note that if this property is on Chestnut, any traffic originating from it or going to it is local traffic on Chestnut.
Right.
And so, if this is put on Chestnut, this is another property on Chestnut. So, I think forcing all of the traffic onto Rand Road, with a left-hand turn, I don't know that our engineering folks would find that to be desirable, but any traffic conditions that were unanticipated or that we, found to be somehow undesirable, obviously we reserve all the rights that we do as a municipality to look at those things. And, in particular, I know we were very sensitive to looking at the necessity of additional traffic control on Chestnut and Rand. Right. And that's a process that is kind of a objective process that the state has for determining whether there's a warrant. And if at some point in the future, due to a variety of factors, it becomes warranted, then and we have to put up a sign, then the petitioner will have to pay their share of that to make those improvements.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all the questions I have. I certainly didn't have anything further other than it would make me a lot more comfortable to have in the motion the developer's willingness to have one of the units with a property manager living on site.
All right, thank you, Trustee Schwingbeck. Next is Trustee Grasse, and then Trustee Bertucci has indicated to me that he'd like to be next, and then Trustee LaBedz.
Okay, thank you very much. I really want to thank the petitioner and village staff for addressing the legitimate concerns of the residents. I, as many on the board, have received many emails from many residents with legitimate concerns, and I thank you for addressing those tonight. Everything that you discussed was really in the emails I received, and you answered a lot of questions. So I thank you for that. And I just really wanted to share that I did hear all the voices of the residents with these legitimate concerns. I actually drove in this neighborhood multiple times in the past week and a half. I sat in certain places for quite a considerable amount of time to just see for myself the entire neighborhood. And I also want to add, I am really impressed with the entire design of this project. I think it's an exciting possibility for a very blighted lot. What I did appreciate also was the petitioner offered to, once they are neighbors, to work with the rest of the neighborhood on solutions for any ongoing traffic concerns. And I really appreciated that comment that was in there, just being a part of the neighborhood and then being a part of working towards solutions for any continued traffic concerns. I appreciated that. What I just really want to say is there is an urgent need for affordable housing, even in Arlington Heights. I witness it every day in the work I do in hospice. I witness it every day from the people I know and the stories I hear. So I'm grateful that this opportunity has been presented. And what this vote is tonight for all of us on the board, it's really about rezoning. There's a lot that has become a part of the conversation, but the vote that we are taking tonight is about rezoning for this project. And with that in mind, then my question is really for Mr. Reckless, Mr. Perkins, and Mr. Passman. I don't know if he'll be coming on. I just really wanted to ask this question for you. So because we really are voting on the rezoning issue, for a rezoning request such as this, what are the legal factors that we on the board must consider in our decision making? Could you speak to this, please?
I think probably it's most appropriate for me to answer that, Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Trustee Grasse. Good evening, everybody. Our village code does not contain any specific standards by which rezoning requests are to be judged. I suggest, and that's not uncommon to have that in local zoning codes. I suggest that the board consider as guiding principles. I wouldn't necessarily dictate that it has to be slavish adherence. There are 8 factors in Illinois jurisprudence that are used to review requests for rezoning in Illinois. They're known as the LaSalle factors. That's named after a 1957 Illinois Supreme Court case. I can run them off very quickly, but I think the board is somewhat familiar with them. I don't know if that's Trustee Grasse, if you'd like me to do so.
Go ahead, Mr. Passman. Do that real
Okay,
quickly if you could.
Thank you, Mayor. So very quickly, and I'm you know, it's the 8 factors are the existing uses and zoning of nearby property, the extent to which property values are diminished by the particular zoning restrictions, the extent to which destruction of property values of the applicant promotes the health, safety, welfare, and morals of the public, the relative gain to the public compared to the hardship imposed on the property owner, that is the gain of the public of the existing restrictions compared to the hardship that they allegedly impose on the property owner, the suitability of the property for the zone purposes, the length of time the property has been vacant as zoned, the extent to which the community has done some comprehensive planning for the property and consistency with that planning, and community need for the proposed use. Those are the 8 LaSalle factors.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Trustee Grasse? Okay, thank you. Now, Trustee Bertucci.
Thank you, Mayor. My initial questions, I believe, Randy, I'll start with you, and then you can decide if somebody else needs to answer those. So, as Trustee Grasse pointed out, this is more a rezone question versus a affordable housing question. And Randy, what this would be brought forward, if I might, tell me if I'm correct, if these were $1 million units versus affordable units, we'd still have to rezone, and this question would be brought forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So one could say that while they're for affordable housing, not necessarily feel comfortable with a rezone. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
So with that answer that you had, one could say that they are for affordable housing, but not necessarily before the rezone from commercial to residential.
Certainly.
Okay. So Charles had thrown out a date of the comprehensive plan. Can you remind me what that was?
Trustee Bertucci, it was 2015.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Charles, but I almost felt like I heard you say that it might possibly be out of date with a lot of the things that have gone on over the last couple of years, whether it be COVID and the reduction of office commercial space or the Amazon effect, so to speak, of on retail and especially big box. Is that what was that the right way to say it? That you might feel it's kind of starting to get out of date?
Well, what I was intending to say was in this particular site, this particular case, it's kind of a transition commercial piece. Even in 2015, it wasn't in the heart of the commercial corridor. It wasn't part of a retail shopping center, for example. And you know, the viability of this particular site as retail is probably diminished further since 2015 with, you know, the number of retailers that have gone out of business and with COVID-19 impacting them more, and the National Restaurant Association indicating 100,000 restaurants closed in 2020 due to COVID. You know, the viability of this particular site, I'm not suggesting the rest of the plan is out of date, but, you know, certainly, you know, we feel this particular site is not the best site for commercial, and that it does have merits for rezoning to the multifamily residential.
Okay. So is there plans to do a new comprehensive plan with some of this new information that we have?
No, we do an annual update, and we do look at specific areas or specific sites. I mean, I don't think the general goals and objectives of the plan are necessarily out of date. And maybe some, you know, sites that, you know, need addressing like this one. And there's two ways to look at it. You can look at it and you know, on an annual basis, make some changes, and we've done that. Or, you know, address it, you know, if and when a developer comes along with a plan that makes sense, and then the village has a little more control under that scenario.
Okay, so I feel like there's a disconnect there. On one hand, you're saying that that things have changed and the comprehensive plan might be getting outdated, and on the other hand, you're saying that we don't really need to look at a kind of a revamp or a relook at the comprehensive plan, and that we'll just kind of take it 1 year at a time and maybe just look at certain properties.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, you know, for example, the TIF 4 area, International Plaza, that's the approach we've taken there. It's designated as commercial. There are some, you know, commercial businesses in that center, and, you know, they still, you know, some of them still continue to operate, but at the same time, we've been talking to, you know, different developers over the last few years about a different kind of plan that would entail an amendment to the comprehensive plan. And, you know, it would make, in that particular instance, it makes more sense to wait until we have a solidified plan that makes absolute sense and something that the village could support before changing the plan in that particular situation.
So International Plaza was an interesting development, because ultimately now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're preserving the Gulf Road corridor commercial and Arlington Heights Road commercial, and doing the kind of change from commercial residential towards the back area that's off of Gulf and off of Arlington Heights Road. Is that correct?
That is one of the concepts that we've been looking at. That's correct.
Okay, so is it safe to say that as we, you know, so-called change the dynamics of both office and commercial, that one strategy would be to preserve the commercial zoning along the corridor, such as Rand Road, Northwest Highway, Gulf, Arlington Heights Road, and preserve that as commercial, but yet look for opportunities to shrink these centers more from the back area that's not sitting right on the corridor. Is that your thought as a strategy?
No, I think you have to look at it, you know, site by site and, you know, corridor by corridor. For example, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be supportive of trying to rezone or change the comprehensive plan for, you know, Arlington Plaza with the 2 vacant restaurants to some other use. That may, you know, that's not, you know, in my opinion, we should hold out, you know, commercial on that particular site because it's part of a shopping center. It's got access and shared parking and things of that nature. And, you know, so yeah, I think you have to look at it on a site by site and case by case basis.
What's the assessment level for commercial space, Charles or Randy?
The Cook County assessment for commercial, office, and manufacturing is 25%.
And what is it for residential?
Generally 10%. There are multiple different categories under each of those, but that's as a general rule of thumb.
Okay, so when we lose commercial zone property to residential, in some respects, we're removing the ability to be taxed at those commercial rates and therefore kind of shifting that burden to the remaining residential property owners.
If you could, it depends. If you had a fully leased, fully built up commercial property as compared to a fully constructed residential property, that might be the case. But if you're comparing a vacant site to a leased up residential property, you may generate more revenue from the residential property.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that one of the broader things I was going to bring up to dovetail what Charles said in terms of, we believe that the comprehensive plan, the underlying values are still very much intact and don't need to be revisited. What we're saying is we think that the plan has to be responsive to the market and reflective of the market. And in some of these places that are on the boundary of one district or another, if the market isn't providing something that we want, those are good times to look at it and also to test it with the market and see what the market could provide in those circumstances. But generally speaking, going back to your other question, yes, all things being equal, a commercial property will generate more tax revenue of equal value than a residential one will. But you have to look at what it's generating today and what type of development it's being put in.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a moment. Who are the current owners? Have they done much to market the property, or has the village done much to assist them in marketing the property as commercial?
I can't speak for what the property owner's done as far as marketing the site. What kind of retail brokerage firm they've retained. Whenever we have inquiries, people are, developers or users are looking for a specific type of property, and if this property fits that criteria, we have put them in touch with the site. One example being the daycare that I referenced. There was a daycare Goddard school. They were looking for potential sites. This was one of them that was identified. They chose to move to the location that they renovated on Arlington Heights Road.
Okay, so let me just ask that question one step further. So Charles, there's no doubt that you're good at what you do, and when you focus in on properties or what you want developed, I often see things move along. Would you call this on your radar as a kind of for lack of better words, a VIP property that you'd like to see commercially developed, or is it just not something that was necessarily on your radar?
Well, I wouldn't say it's not on our radar. I think it's just a challenging site given the location characteristics and what players are looking for in the marketplace. For example, let's talk about Raising Cane. They're building at Town and Country Shopping Center. They want to be in front of a big shopping center. They want a big field of parking. They want access to a center that has direct access via a signal to a major roadway, and they've got all of those elements at Town and Country, and they wouldn't have it at this site. Mm-hmm. So, a lot of times, there are users that are looking for space, but that's not the site they're looking for.
Okay, well, I may be the lone voice in the desert here, but I think I was elected as, in the words of the Daily Herald, a guardian of the taxpayer and a representative of business interests and a visionary to the future. And I think we're premature possibly in not looking at a more comprehensive plan instead of just kind of nicking away properties on our main corridors such as Northwest Highway and Rand Road and some of the other thoroughfares. I'm just watching us kind of nick away prime commercial space that could be giving the taxpayers a break since they're assessed at that 25% level and maybe even foregoing possible sales tax. Now, I understand, and I'm not trying to avoid the fact that that property's been empty for a while, but I'm just saying, has it really received the attention? Have we done the comprehensive plan so we don't continue to nick away at commercial properties along our major corridors? Therefore, I just don't see the purpose to rezone it without. I see it as premature. I think it's a great project. I'm very much for affordable housing, but I think the rezone would be premature at this point in time until we have a new comprehensive plan that we don't allow ourselves to just keep chipping away at properties on Rand Road, Northwest Highway, and the other thoroughfares. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Trustee Bertucci. Trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. First, I want to thank the petitioner and the staff for all the hard work you've done to bring us to this point, and the very comprehensive information both of you have supplied to us as we make the deliberation on this rezoning issue. I also really appreciate the petitioner for bringing forth a project that doesn't require any variations. That's pretty unusual. Been doing this for a while, and that's pretty unusual. So I do really appreciate that. Sometimes it might only be one, but to have none is pretty good. Just as something kind of in reference to what Trustee Bertucci was talking about, doing rezoning of particular projects is not an unusual thing for us to address. Would it be safe to say, Mr. Perkins or Mr. Recklaus, that we have at times rezoned something from residential to commercial? I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, and I'm sorry to ask you that question, but it seems that we kind of go, depends on the needs of the village.
I can't, off the top of my head, think of a rezoning from residential to commercial, Trustee LaBedz. I'm not saying there haven't been any, but I'm struggling to think of any.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't really.
Yeah, let me take that back. There probably are some along corridors where areas might have been annexed into the community along a corridor and put in an R1 category and then later on rezoned. There's probably quite a few of those that have happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and it doesn't change my perspective on this. I think this is a terrific project. It's a beautiful building. I do want to also thank everyone who has contacted me and all the other board members, both in favor and against the project. I have read and listened to every single one of the emails and calls that I've received. Two quick questions. I think this might be for you, Mr. Zimmerman. There was always meant to be a property management office in the building?
Yes.
That's what I recall seeing on the first floor.
Correct. There's always been meant to be a property management office. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. And when you were talking about the rents for the individual properties being about $100 less than I think Parkview, and you made a reference to utilities, are the utilities included in the rent, or does the individual renter be expected to pay?
Some utilities are included in the rent, but ultimately we give all the residents what we call a utility allowance for the electric costs. We do that for two reasons. One, so that we as a property owner can realistically project how much the rents are going to be and not cover the electric, but we also do it so that all of the residents can have a good amount of money off their rent so they can cover their ComEd bill. So great question.
Okay, thank you. And it's gas, heat, and cooking. Did I see that?
Electric.
Or was it? It's electric.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there'll be money taken off for that. Correct.
Okay, Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I think it's a great project.
Thanks, Trustee LaBedz. Any other questions from the board before we go to the audience? Mr. Ecklouse, did you have a comment?
I was just going to, I see Trustee Tinaglia's hand up, but I was just going to remind you, Mayor Hayes, we do have some written comments from the audience, and I didn't know what your intention was, whether we're going to take those first.
Right. We're going to take those second.
Okay.
So Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. Thank you, Mr. Zuneman. Is that how you say it? Zuneman? And Charles. Yes?
I was just going to say I say Zuneman, but it's not many of us, so I'm probably just making it up. But good question.
Okay. So Zuneman and Charles and Randy, really great presentation, lots of information. I have a whole list of notes here. You've covered quite a few of them. But for me, what I want to make sure everyone hears, we have over 100 people still on this call here tonight. My inbox is full. I go through it every day, and there's always more. And I bet if I took a poll, it's about 50-50. People who are really, truly excited about this project and people who are really unhappy about this project. And I know it's for different reasons, and some of them are similar, but everybody has their perspective on this. And so there's 9 of us here tonight that have to vote on this. And it's horrible to think that 50% of the people who wrote me, took time to write letters, are going to be really unhappy. And that's just a harsh reality of this. And so my goal here tonight was to educate myself and be a really good listener and try to make sure that I am really comfortable that when I sign off of this thing, I can look at myself in the mirror and know that I voted in a way that I think is best for all of Arlington Heights. Is it good for 75,000 people, or is it good for a handful of really excited people on either side of that fence? So that's how I'm looking at all of this. And as I do that, I have a few questions and a few thoughts. So Mr. Zuneman, the materials on this building, the outside, I see brick. I don't know if Charles needs to go back to that slide with the rendering and so forth, but I see brick and I see aluminum panels. Am I accurate with that? It's not EFS, or it is?
I'm gonna have John Green answer those questions.
Okay.
Yes, it is brick, and the panels you see are hardy plank. They're hardy plank panels, just like your hardy siding.
Okay, so those big rectangular blue and cream colors, those are hardy plank.
Correct.
Okay, for anybody on this call who doesn't know what that is some really top shelf material. I do designs for buildings and custom homes, and the best of the buildings use that material. Yeah. Vinyl siding, not so much anymore. Aluminum, not so much anymore. Hardy plank, fabulous stuff. Very, very good long-term durability, paint, and so on. The windows, sir, what are the material of the windows? Are they vinyl, aluminum, wood? What are they?
They're vinyl windows, okay. And they are energy rated because we are out to achieve the bronze level of the NGS. So we are using top line vinyl windows, and we have recessed them in so you get additional framing around them for the direction and discussions with the design commission.
Okay. Very good. And then the last question regarding the building and design on this is, I can't help but notice there are no balconies. Tell me your thought process in why we have a residential building with no way to have any outdoor space from the building. I mean, I'm assuming you don't have any common space up on the roof, because I didn't see any elevators or stairs that go up to the roof. So there's no common space outside up there. You have some on the ground, which is great, but no direct access from any of the units like so many apartments do. So tell me about that decision.
There were two elements that really played into that a great deal. One was we expanded the amount of community space within the building significantly. So that we're trying to create that social space which brings people together publicly, not necessarily to go outdoors. Let's face it, our weather isn't always great here. So if we can find a way to bring the entire community together by increasing the amount of social space within and increasing the variety of social spaces. I gave you a partial list of all the things that are in there. And as I mentioned before, the entire west wing is all communal space, divided up into all sorts of different types of uses, from fitness to a cyber cafe, which is also connected directly into the computer center that's part of the facility. The community room is also connected to a library space. So we want to bring the neighborhood together as a social environment internally to maximize the ability for people to come together all of the time of the year and not just part of the time of the year. Secondly, what we did is we took the space that existed within the units, and there are certain minimum sizes that are required by IDA for the unit development. We increased it by 15% and chose to put that space inside each of the units.
Okay. So those are your answers. Those are good answers. I have to commend you. You've got some wonderful internal community spaces in there. Some of the other buildings that you mentioned here tonight don't have all of that. So those are great. Way to go. Happy with that. If Mr. Zunneman wants to come back, you made a comment before about $16 million. Is that your building cost or your project cost?
It's total project cost.
Total project cost. So $16 million is a lot of money to come here and do this kind of a project. So I look at that as a pretty wonderful investment in our community. No matter how anybody slices and dices up a decision, that's a big commitment for you guys. Now, you say you have about 3,000 units managed around the country. Is that correct?
Mainly in Florida.
Mainly in Florida. And of those 3,000 units, what percentage would you say are of some kind of an affordable component?
99%.
99%. And your success rate for occupancy?
I mean, it's right there, 99%.
99% occupant. Oh, that's wonderful. And how long have you been doing this? This particular thing? Or your company? You look like a young man, so I'll just say, how long has your company been doing this?
They've been doing it for 30 years. I've done it for a little over 6 and built about 700 plus units.
Okay. Well, there's been talk about the unit that you're going to have someone living in there, or if it's just a management office on site. I'm happy either way. I love the idea that you're going to have someone on site. I don't know that it's mandatory that the person has to live there. However you work that out with your financing program with IHDA or anything else, I think, I'm happy for you to work that out however you have to. But having someone there is a great idea, and I'd really want you to have that. And you're okay with that, right?
We are. We're committed either way the board wants to vote this, and even if it's not included in the approval, we'll still go to IDA and ask for an exempt unit this first year. Yeah.
We're not twisting your arm into doing that and accepting something that you don't want to do is what you're trying to say, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. So here's a really interesting question, and I want to be careful here because I don't want Hart Passman to correct me if I'm asking a question I shouldn't be asking. I think it's important. You only have 40 units, right? And you're going to have a lot of people. I mean, everybody imagines the school teachers and the police officers, the people that live here, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, somebody who, that Trustee Grasse is taking care of, who needs a place so badly, but you only have 40 units here. How can you go through your list of applicants and choose who gets to have these units? And the reason I'm asking that is, are you hamstrung at all by your lenders or the institution as to who you have to take or who you can take? Because I can assure you that if everybody, everybody on this board knows somebody who would like to have a place like this to live, but my fear is it may not go to those people, and you might be forced to take it from another list somewhere else. How do you do that? I'm really curious. How does that work? Can you share with us? And Hart, is that a bad question, or are we okay? We're okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, so from a lending and guideline perspective, we obviously have to follow state, federal, fair housing guidelines, all of that kind of stuff. And we've explained in a lot of the meetings. Ultimately, people need to make under the income thresholds, but they also need to make over certain income thresholds. Everybody's done a background, crime, credit, all those kind of checks. So ultimately, if you pass all of those procedural aspects that are legal and lender and other requirements like you're talking about, then really it should be a first come, first serve. And I think one of the biggest items raised by the community is making sure that Arlington Heights residents get to live in this beautiful community that we're proposing. And I think we do that by just having very local grassroots marketing through the village, through the senior center, American Legion, and all the other different organizations that have contacted us already, showing their support and the desperate need. So, if everybody on this board, has, 10 people and so another 10, you're right, it's going to be tough. But we're going to obviously make our best efforts that everybody that lives here ultimately is already in Arlington Heights, has family here. And this is not for, all areas of the whole state. And frankly, who wants to live in a place that they have no family, work, et cetera? Just, it doesn't make logical sense. So I think that's how we do it.
So you're not going to be mandated. You're not going to be, held obligated to do something with your leasing from some other lists of potential candidates, in other words.
Well, ultimately, as explained in the Housing Commission, there is a referral network from IDA, and they will send folks if, number one, they've selected Arlington Heights to live, of all the different villages and cities throughout the state. Also, if they're working with an existing service provider, and then on top of that, even if they are eligible, they have to meet all of our requirements as well, with all the compliance and otherwise. And if they don't, and if there aren't people that meet those, then ultimately, those are open to everyone. And that's solely for the 30% units that we have on this project.
Just for those 8?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I really like your answers. I think, you're making me feel good about everything that you just said. So I'm done with asking you questions. If you don't mind, is Lue still on board? Lue Abuna?
Yes, I'm here.
Lue, you know how much I respect your work. You are the tops in the industry for all of this stuff. Can you please really quickly in a couple of words explain, if it wasn't going to be changed to this kind of a multifamily, what are some of the other percentages of increase? So you've got some trips generated for what you believe this will create. And let's say it would have been Raising Cane, or let's say this site was a happier site than it is and more interesting to more different kinds of commercial, higher impacts facilities. How much more of a percentage increase would you say it could be for trips in general terms?
Sure, thanks. Thank you, Trustee Tinaglia. So in the traffic study that we did back in April, we did a comparison of this project with a high turnover restaurant. Not a drive-through, just a typical sit-down high turnover restaurant. And based on that comparison, that use alone, the amount of traffic that restaurant would generate would be anywhere between 2 to 3 times more than what this project would generate.
Okay, not surprising. And then the only other question I have for you is more, this is perception, okay, a perception kind of a question. You got 40 units. When you speak your language about how the trips are generated and numbers of them, there are people who are taken back by that. You say 14 trips or 18 trips, but there's 40 units. Explain briefly how that's true. How is it possible? Why do I get a phone call from somebody that says, that's crazy. He doesn't know what he's doing. There's 40 units there. How can there only be 14 trips?
I mean, that's a great question, and we get asked this quite a bit. I mean, again, we are looking at 1 hour period in the morning. So, it depends on what the peak hour is for that particular area. It could be, 7:30 to 8:30, but it's somewhere between 7 to 9. And typically what we do is we look at that hour as being the highest hour in terms of trip generation for that particular use. So it doesn't mean that this development is not generating traffic during the other hours in the morning period, but we take that snapshot of that hour when the highest amount of traffic is being generated by the development, and then superimpose that on top of the traffic, the highest amount of traffic for that same hour on the street system. Take, for example, a subdivision that you live in or I live in. When I leave in the morning, not everyone is leaving at the same time. This is more spread out. People have different schedules. People leave early, some leave late. Obviously, some work from home. So it's more spread out. So again, this is looking at that 1 hour only. But for sure, if you look throughout the day, and that's why we cite what the daily traffic is, there's traffic in and out throughout the entire day.
Okay. Great answer. Thank you, Louis. I appreciate it. So then all I have left here is for Charles and Randy. And these are, I don't know if you're really going to be able to answer some of them, but I'll start with Charles. For parking, you've got your code compliant with parking at, remind everybody what the ratio is. What is it? 40 units? How many?
The requirement is, let me just get that. It's, they've got 80 spaces. 1 space for every, 2 spaces for every unit.
That's R6. That's the requirement for that. So you've got 80 Correct. Spaces in there. And Correct. Now what about visitors? Let's say some of these residents have a party and there's visitors. Where are those people parking? How do you account?
Yeah, that's typically included within the formula. So 2 spaces for every unit assumes that you've got a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom. The 1-bedroom units will typically have less. Sometimes the 2-bedroom units will have less, and there will be spaces typically available for visitors and guests.
Right. So when you do your ordinance and you calculate those are numbers that you take into consideration and for it.
Correct. And in the traffic study, they did actual parking analysis from other comparable projects that actually illustrated a lower parking ratio. Not something that we would support at this location. We feel we should, stay with the code requirement and make sure that there's ample on-site parking.
Yeah, this is not a central business district kind of a building. It's people are going to be driving here for sure. So
Correct.
You give them enough parking for sure.
Correct.
You're comfortable with that 2.0. You think we're going to be good with that?
Yes.
Not only that, it's just as it's meeting the zoning code. We're comfortable with it.
Yes, that's correct.
So in the children, the school age kids, it was talked a lot. I heard a lot of dialogue about that, and you guys brought up some actual numbers here. You compared this development to some other developments, and you talked about what the real numbers were. And you're projecting here like 18 to 23, if I wrote that down correctly. The Parkview project has about 25 grade school kids, and that's from kindergarten through high school. But the Parkview project has some 3-bedroom units in it. This has no 3-bedroom units in it, right?
Correct.
Is there any way, do you have any details, any knowledge of how many of those kids at Parkview were in the 3-bedroom units?
Yeah, so there's 5 3-bedroom units. We did reach out to the Parkview management, and they indicated, I want to say 3 children were in the 3-bedroom units. So, for us, that didn't really change it that much. So we just looked at it on a bedroom count ratio.
Okay, so not a big impact there. That was
correct.
Okay, very good. And then I guess really the last thing I want to talk about is the zoning map. So we have a zoning map in our town. It talks about what land use should be. And then we have a comprehensive plan that we talk about what it might want to be someday down the road and so on. Those are 2 different things, right?
That's correct.
2 very different things. When was the zoning map? Can you recall the zoning map that we're working with right now? How long ago would you say this land was created or was assigned to be commercial? How many years ago?
This particular parcel?
This particular parcel.
It was probably annexed and zoned commercial, you know, whenever that area of Rand Road was annexed, probably in the 50s or 60s, I'd guess. Don't know.
Way before most of us were born, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think North Point Shopping Center was built like in 1960, so you know that area was, you know, developing around, you know, the late 50s, 60s time period. So it's probably been designated as that since then. I don't know for sure, but that would be my guess.
And is it ever changed?
Changed since I've been here, so that's
since 1955 when you got here.
I haven't been here that long.
But it was Zophia's restaurant, right?
Yeah, Zophia's was a Polish restaurant, moved from Milwaukee Avenue corridor out in the early to mid 90s. I don't recall what it was. A restaurant before that. I don't recall what it was before that.
No. Well, it's, if you pulled up that map, and I'm not going to suggest you have to do that right now, but if you pull up that map, you could probably look at it and see that that's just it's a bump that goes up and around that red sea of commercial, and it zips over to this piece of land, and the little triangular piece is the R6. It seems odd to me that it's even commercial right now. When I look at that map, I just wonder why it was commercial to begin with, and that's where that dialogue was coming from. In my mind, it you know, with Stonebridge Apartments all there and everything else that's going on, it does not scream restaurant. It does not scream car wash. It doesn't scream shopping center. It's not really screaming anything. So it could go any way as far as I'm concerned on that. And the last thing I want to say is, when I look at these maps, and we were talking about, I think, Trustee Bertucci and LaBedz, this is a snapshot. It's a moment in time. Whenever we look at these kinds of maps and we look at what they were, what they are right now, what they might want to be down the road, that's today. That's a moment in time. And if you're wise and forward thinking, you look ahead and you revise. And every piece of information you get, whether it's because of Amazon or because of weather or because of changes in the environment some other way, you have to be able to adjust. You have to be able to reconsider what the forefathers before thought and how does it work right now. So for me, it's never just black and white. There's just a lot of gray. It's never just red or yellow. There's a lot of gray. And so I'm open-minded on this, and I always will be. But at the end, my vote, the hard part for me to get my arms around is that I'm going to make so many people unhappy no matter what I do here tonight. But if you didn't, you know, if you listen to all the things that I brought up here, these are how I make my decisions. This is what is important to me. So thank you. That's it.
All right, thanks, Trustee Tinaglia. Any further questions or comments from the board before we go to the audience? All right, seeing none, let me just remind Mr. Piera, who was here for one of the liquor license approvals, that you don't need to stay on any longer, but you're certainly welcome to stay on for the remainder of the discussion on Crescent Place. So with that, I will go to the audience. And just so everybody knows, we're going to go first to people who are live with us. And right now I see 11 hands and counting. It's starting to increase, but 13, 14, 15. So we'll have a number of people live. And then I've got 17 comments that were submitted in advance of the meeting. And so we'll go to those as well. My understanding also is that there's a number of people that might be on one Zoom link. And so please, if there's more than one person that wants to speak, let me know that, and we'll make sure we get everybody covered. But we want to make sure everybody has a full and fair opportunity to be heard on this. So with that, let me go to the audience. And you were reminded of the 3-minute time limit that we do always have for our audience participation. And so we do have a clock that should be appearing on our screen, and there it is right now. And so I will keep track of that, as I'm sure others will as well. So let me just make sure I can get back to my hands. And the first hand that I see raised right now is Dan. And Dan, I'm just going to ask that you give us your full name, please.
Mayor, I'm Dan Hoffenkamp, and I do live about 750 feet from this location. And the first comment I'd like to make is I'm disappointed and appalled that Trustee Mary Beth and Trustee Nicolle have made a decision already before hearing the 500 people that signed the document saying that they don't want to rezone. And that I appreciate the fact that now we're on over 2 hours of something we've heard 3 different times, and we've gone to multiple community meetings. And almost every one of those people have said no to rezone. And I question Trustee Jim that it's 50-50, because the last 2 meetings that we were at out in Buffalo Grove, all but 4 people that were giving commentary said no to rezone. Some of the economics I find interesting. Everyone on this phone wants our taxpayer dollars. And one time I heard was the commercial property generates more than residential. So you want the good schools and you want the people to live here and pay the high tax dollars. But we're not thinking about the balance that commercial brings in. The $16 million of the cost, we should ask the developer how much of that is contributed by the state and the county, or the people on this phone, or the 600 people or 500 people that have signed the no rezone. The reallocation of funds. The community. We've heard time and time again about what is the community. We asked a lot of questions about that in multiple meetings. After we got and dissected what community means, it means Cook County. I don't live in Cook County. I live in district. I live in the District 214. I live in my elementary school district. I live in Arlington Heights. You have a fiduciary responsibility to represent us as Arlington Heights citizens. And we're not afraid to do what we need to do to make sure we get the proper representation, is from you or others. That's under the Illinois Constitution. So it's interesting that all of you have made up your mind before hearing from any one of us who have elected you, who pay the taxes, who live here voluntarily. I'm disappointed, and I don't use that word very often. I'm disappointed in the elected officials on this call that you've made up your mind before you've heard anyone. And there's been a lot of grassroots efforts by one woman in particular that has walked up and down the streets, and I've seen her multiple times getting signatures. And there's hundreds, over 500. That doesn't include spouses. So that number could be multiplied by at least a factor of 1.5 or 2. This all goes unused because you've made up your mind.
Dan, I'm just going to have to ask you to finish your thought, if you would.
I am one of the 500 plus that say no to rezone.
All right. Thank you, Dan. And let me just say in response, I think it's unfair to characterize all of the village board members as having made up their minds. There have been at least a couple who have not made any comments so far, one way or the other. So I think
that is a very fair.
Yeah, I think it's just unfair to characterize it that way. And I know, although board members have indicated some perhaps preference at this point, we haven't taken a final vote. And so I know, as I said earlier in response to Melissa Kayer's question, we very much value citizen input. And I know we have just started public input as part of this meeting tonight. So thank you for your comments, Dan. And so let me move on then to Aaron Hine.
Yes, so my comments largely echo my neighbor Dan's. Again, about being disappointed about the premature conclusions made at this meeting by several trustee members. It was more than obvious prior to even hearing from the residents, especially Mary Beth and Nicolle Grasse. Nicolle, I actually spoke to you on the phone. I'm deeply disappointed in discussing your response tonight. It's not lost on the community how predetermined this has been. It's beyond transparent. For those of you that stayed silent, I actually applaud you, because you know what? You're the most honest people in the room at this point. First, as far as saying that you've made a decision based on the emails you've seen, I read through the packet. I saw every single one of the responses. They were overwhelmingly negative. So don't tell me you've acted in the best interest. Same thing goes. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the residents of Arlington Heights, the current residents. By Jake's own admission at both of the neighborhood meetings, there is no guarantee that a single resident of Crescent Place will be a current Arlington Heights resident. They can come from anywhere. They will be applicants to IDA or wherever. As far as everyone's got concerns about traffic, and you're relying on a traffic study by some bought contractor doing a static test with trees on a pole or cameras on a pole. You have 632 traffic studies from people that live dynamic lives who run their kids around town at multiple times of the day. That is your data. That is the only data that matters. As far as 50-50 inbox being representative of what you're seeing, I don't believe that for a hot second. Again, as what Dan said, I've been to the meetings. I saw the information that was in the packet. It's not lost on anyone. So I agree with my neighbor Dan. I vote no on this. My wife, my two children, you know, I don't believe this in the best interest. It's not necessarily like, I just don't want any residential units there whatsoever. So I vote no to rezone. And one other thing, as far as traffic and everything else, as everyone's concerned, dirt does not provide traffic. So my vote is no to rezone.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Next is somebody identified as DMJCS. If you could just give us your full name, please.
Hi, this is Dale Bugno. Who are you, trustees? I had sent a briefing on my comments to you folks earlier. So I'm going to jump around to some high points in my 3 minutes after listening to the tomes that apparently can go on forever. First of all, I'm very disappointed in you guys paying no attention at all to what the community says. Everything's about the community. You had an opportunity, if you wanted to seem impartial, perhaps you didn't want to go to the developers meeting, which was mandated. Okay, that's fine. Why didn't you send a village employee who could be held out as objective? So you had no representation. You did not hear anything that the community was saying. And apparently at this point, you really don't care what the community is saying. Now, I'm telling you, this is all about the community. And it's your responsibility to respond to the needs of the community. You're going on your gut feelings. That's nice. We are all in favor of affordable housing. Okay. But let's look at some of this. The developer, and I don't know where those numbers came from, 120 something, because the developer clearly told us it's $65,000 in tax. That's what they're paying. That would not cover the 13 children that they projected, which apparently is now wrapped up to 18 to 23. But the developer said there would be 13 children based on a hypothetical equation. Well, guess what? We can't even pay for the kids to go to school. So who is going to cover the cost of all of this? Is it time that we look at our development program from Arlington Heights? Where is all that energy that's directed to the south part of Arlington Heights, the Gulf Road corridor that goes on and on and on and on, and proposals keep coming. Where is our opportunity to generate some income from this property? I don't see any effort being made here. Why are we just being tossed off? Are we on the wrong side of town? So let's just put that one out there. Did you really put any effort into finding somebody to develop that property? Or are you just, as Jim Bertucci says, you're just jetting parts off? I'm going to point out to you, the traffic is a problem. You're using COVID-based data. Do you know we have a city here? It's 584 units. And I'll guarantee you, there's not one person in each one of those. It's called Stonebridge, which everybody apparently is not paying any attention to. I will tell you that there's over 2 miles. If you need to go for a walk and you need to generate some time, take a walk. It is a city. The only reason that all the studies aren't showing any traffic, guess what? Everybody's working from home. Everybody's keeping their kids safe.
Dale, yes. I'm going to have to ask you to finish your thought if you would.
All right, so let me finish this up by saying you have traffic, you have unaddressed flooding and draining problems, you have huge population density, you have questionable use of generating income in the village. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dale. Next is Don Bergstrom.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We gotcha.
Excellent. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, trustees. 90-year resident, live down the street on Chestnut. I disagree with the petitioner and the reclassification requests on the Crescent Place project. I suggest everyone to please vote no on all 3 considerations for rezoning. A major part of our major portion of our neighborhood, and the residents feel that we are saturated already in residential developments. Waverly Place, I think it's called, across the street, that's retirement living. Heck, if I could have voted against any rezoning there, I would too. But it's just too much. And someone said that too many residential developments along the corridor, it's frustrating. Residential developments around the corridor in which we live is it's just too much. And and then looking at the numbers, I will say Groundwork Limited has done an excellent job in the presentation, no doubt. And looking at the rent amounts, I really don't agree with that being really that affordable, to be honest with you. Just in that realm of the equation, as well as the return of investment. I'd like to know what the revenue would be and how long their ROI would be taken back. So I just thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my remaining time.
All right. Thanks, Don. Next is Arlington Heights resident, and I'm going to have to ask you to identify yourself as well.
Hello?
We got
Can
you.
hear me?
Just give us your name if you would.
Okay, yeah, my name is Logan. I live on Arlington Heights, very close to the thing. And I just want to let you know that, the real estate manager that was on here with a suit talking about what's good for the community and what's not, and how this is going to bring a whole lot of, progress to the thing, progress to our community. I just want to let you know he's a businessman, and he does not have a sociology background. And someone like myself who does have a sociology background, I can tell you for point, there's an increase in crime, a decrease in the quality of education, and a decrease in overall quality of life for every increase in the amount of public housing that there is. So I don't want things like that. And I, as someone who has benefited from public housing in the past, and I, as someone who has been, taken a lot of advantages of government subsidies and things like that, only to bring myself up and live in Arlington Heights and in such a great neighborhood, only for me, after a couple years, you guys want to bring something like this to next to where I live, where I raise my children, where I do this and that. Hell no. Please, I vote against this zoning. you do not know what you're trying to bring in. And I'll have you know that the real estate development firm, which is in charge of doing this project, they are registered in Bermuda. So they themselves are not for the benefit of the community. They are self-interested folks, and they could only care about themselves, and they're also not doing their patriotic duty by paying their fair share of taxes. So that dude that was in a suit with the beard and everything, talking everybody's ear off, he should be the last person to, you know, talk about civic responsibility and things like that. And also, I'll have you know, Mayor, have you been to the Arlington Heights Memorial Library recently? There is a homelessness epidemic, and there has been one for the last 4 to 5 years, which you have done nothing about. Every time I go there, it's worse. And I'll have you know, because of COVID, it's been a little better, but it's because of COVID, not because of any action that you've taken. So I just want to let you know, the Arlington Heights Memorial Library was one of the first places to go bad. And now with this new thing, they want to bring that to the rest of the community. And it is not something we will stand for. So if this is something that continues, I will make sure that the community takes the proper steps. And, you know, this is not something that is, I will make sure that this is not something that is gone through with. So with that being said, I yield the rest of my time, and thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Logan. Next is Trevor Dresden. Go ahead, Trevor.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. All right. I'd just like to say thank you to the Board of Trustees, as well as to you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity and privilege to speak in front of you tonight, albeit virtually. So I'd just like to start off by saying that I really, as someone who really does value fiduciary responsibility, I really valued that Trustee Bertucci was the only one who really addressed that in his comments post when everything was discussed. So I do have a question really quickly for Mr. Perkins, I believe. Yes, Mr. Perkins. In your slides, you said that your estimated 10-year projections of tax revenue would be about $12 million. Is that correct?
Trevor, if you could address the questions to the chair, and then I'll direct any questions to the staff. So
yeah, absolutely. So I was kind of confused because Trustee Bertucci said that he valued fiduciary responsibility, as did a few people who were talking before this. But it really seemed like if that's the core focus of what we're talking about here, it makes a lot more sense to go forward with this project, because from what Mr. Perkins was talking about, it didn't really seem like a whole lot of tax revenue has been developed from that residential area that's been discussed tonight over the last 10 years, given its spotty history with overall business success. And it seemed like there was a certain slide that Mr. Perkins went over about his projected tax revenue from the residents over the next, I couldn't remember if it was 10 years. I was kind of confused about that. So it just seemed to me almost counterintuitive, kind of the tone that people were talking about fiduciary responsibility, because it seems if that's one of the focus points of this, it really only makes sense to turn this into a residential neighborhood, in my opinion, just because of the people that will be paying property taxes compared to the essentially $0 that were coming from commercial income over the last 10, even 20 years. I heard 19 years brought up quite a bit in this property parcel's history. So I just wanted to get that out. I myself personally am very impartial to both ways, but I just saw kind of, in my opinion, a contradiction when people were talking about fiduciary responsibilities, because to me, it seems like a no-brainer that a lot more revenue would be developed if the development were to get the go-ahead from the Board of Trustees and Mr. Mayor as well.
All right, thanks, Trevor. Next is Greg Zick.
Okay. Hello there, Mayor, and hello there, Trustees. Thank you very much for your time. The only point that I really want to make has to do with the traffic situation, and I can appreciate the traffic study and talking about a limited amount of cars that will be going in that area. I live on Waverly Road, which is right across from Rand Berkeley there, and what happens is that when I moved into that area, I bought into the idea that I'm across from a park. There's going to be parking. It's a cut through into the area. And I knew that was the issue. And I was fine with that as I moved in. What I didn't realize at that point, and I didn't buy into, was the fact that coming off of Arlington Heights Road and coming off of Rand Road on the Chestnut, that is a cut through to avoid the intersection there at Rand and Palatine Road. So, Rand and Arlington Heights Road. I apologize. That's one of the issues. Regardless of how many cars are added to this 1 car, 4 cars per main time period, the issue is that there is a traffic issue there right now. There is an excessive amount of cars that you have in that spot right now, and that's what worries me with this type of development. I have no issue with the development per se, but it is the density of that particular area. When you have Stonebridge, when you have everything that's going on there. Mr. Reckless, you had made the comment about looking into this at some particular point. What I would ask is, regardless of how you vote on this or what the outcome is of this, there is an issue there already. Mr. Trustee Schwingbeck, you had mentioned some things that, about the cutting off at certain times or things like that. It's an idea. But to look into something and what's going on, because it is affecting a lot of people. And I think that's one of the issues, one of the concerns that you hear from a lot of people is that there is a lot of traffic already that goes through that area. I've heard a lot about developments, for commercial real estate. And I totally understand my issue with this next statement. Is there a third alternative? Is there something where it becomes more of an environmental type of area over there, a community garden or something else goes in there? Because it seems like right now, commercial or residential, we're trying to put a round piece in a square box type of a thing. It's just not suited for either one of those to be exclusive for that area. So anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your service.
Right. Thanks, Greg. Next is Amy Somery.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. So I live at 635 North Chestnut. I've been a resident for 28 years, and truly I feel blessed to be part of such an outstanding community. I would say our government is run well, thanks to all of you, and the extremely competent staff and many others who go above and beyond for our village by serving on committees and so forth. And I apologize for the personal attacks you've taken tonight. Obviously, by reading your emails and talking to residents and sitting in the car in the neighborhood, you are listening to residents, despite what people have said. Our streets get shoveled, storm debris gets cleared, our schools are excellent, our park district, location to downtown Chicago and the airport, restaurants, businesses, and my personal favorite, the Arlington Heights Memorial Library, are second to none. It's no wonder people want to move here. It's been a great place to raise my 4 sons. And when the time is right, I hope some of them will return to raise their own families someday. I heard comments about you looking out for Arlington Heights taxpayers. The property has been vacant for 19 years. It's not prime commercial space. If it's not rezoned, I fear it's going to sit vacant for another 19 years. That doesn't help out taxpayers. One drawback that I do see in our town is a lack of diversity. I don't simply mean racial or ethnic diversity, but economic diversity as well. In my view, diversity creates a stronger, more vibrant community. Could my kids actually afford to come back to live in Arlington Heights? Do you have to have 2 adults with 2 white-collar jobs to live here? What if mom or dad wants to take some time off to be with babies? Don't we all grow when we interact with people with different jobs, backgrounds, ages, and life experiences? We've been talking about affordable housing in this town for a long time. I just reviewed the Village Board's strategic priorities for for 2022 and 2023. Your priorities include expand efforts to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion within community. Seek and maintain affordable housing. Tonight, you have a chance to make it happen, to put your words into action, to improve our village by adding to its diversity. Arlington Heights should not only be for the wealthy. Let's practice what we preach. Let's show that we truly are the city of good neighbors. I urge you to vote yes to reclassify and rezone the parcel of property in question. Please bring affordable housing to Arlington Heights. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Amy. Was there another summary?
No, you know what? I was doing some errands while I was listening, so I had you on my computer. So no, that's
okay.
That's
Thank you.
Too.
Next then would be Ken Jochum.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, trustees. There are 2 points I would like to make. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sir. There are 2 points I'd like to make this evening. Number 1, vote no on the Crescent Place project. And number 2, establish the practice of a taxpayer economic impact statement on this project and others. To the first point, the major parcel in this project has been zoned commercial for many years, and it has been several successful restaurants. Those of us who lived here a long time enjoyed those places. This project proposes a zoning change. Trustee Bertucci already covered the significant difference between commercial and residential property. 2.5 times the income can come from commercial. That helps us taxpayers pay for the cost of taxing bodies and pay for staffing and all the good things that we have. But to change from commercial to residential puts increased burden on Arlington Heights taxpayers who, as Illinoisans, already pay the second highest taxes, property taxes in the entire nation. Now, the argument's been made that the property has been vacant for 19 years. That's really a false argument. If a property owner doesn't market or sell a property, then you can't say that that property was not appropriate for commercial use. The owner of this property is the person who owns Stonebridge Apartments. That person sold Stonebridge Apartments and now wants to get rid of this piece of property. Before that person sold Stonebridge, that person was very vocal to a number of people that there was going to be a use for that little piece of property, and therefore they were not trying to sell it. So it wasn't for sale for 19 years. That's a misnomer, and if you use that as a judgment piece, you're using faulty information. Which leads to my second point, the need for a taxpayer economic statement. The county, state, and federal government are not providing grants. Cook County is not providing $1 million. They are giving away our money. That's our tax money. In fact, that's the very first cost that we will have as a burden of this project. There's also increased school costs, public services, police, fire, and transportation, because this project is not on a transportation hub, so they're going to be using local sources. Can any of you look us in the eye and tell us what the increased cost to us as taxpayers will be? You are our fiduciaries, and you can't answer that question. How can you vote for a project which you know will increase cost, but you don't really have the data? Please be transparent. Let us know what the real cost to us is so that you can make a decision based on facts, not emotion.
Finish your thought if you would.
My last point, do not make the guise of affordable housing to make housing for taxpayers already in Arlington Heights less affordable. Vote no. Thank you for your service and listening.
All right, thanks, Ken. Next is Lori Grenoy. Go ahead, Lori. Lori, you're going to have to unmute. Let's move on to Alice Sylvester, and Lori will come back to you. Alice?
Hi, good evening. This is a pretty complicated project. It's got a lot of pros and it has a lot of cons. I have written a number of times to most of you trustees about things ranging from the plan commission process that never should have moved forward, the 250 feet notification to the residents as being far not sufficient for notification of something of this magnitude coming into the neighborhood. So I think we have process issues, and I think that the neighbors are feeling, unhappy about this project because of the process issues. May have been to the letter of the law, but I encourage us to take a really good look at neighborhood involvement throughout this process and see whether or not it makes sense on something this volatile. Secondly, I'd like to say that I think the traffic situation is mischaracterized in the traffic study. The specialist talked about how it's at acceptable levels. And that's the term he used, and yet there are the level of service is graded from A to F, and that intersection turning left or going straight through is already rated a D and an E out of a scale of A to F. In the next couple of years, with and without the development, it will go from D's to F. Okay, so the question I have for you, and I know it's an imponderable, when is too much traffic too much? Yes, this is not going to make an enormous difference in the traffic volume. It doesn't warrant a signal. But when do we say every little bit we add to traffic makes it worse? And I want to stop making this neighborhood more difficult to get out of. And we take a stand and we say, right here, right now. It's been impossible to turn left or go straight across Rand Road from our neighborhood for years. And don't forget, the traffic study only reflects the people who somehow haven't learned that it's not possible to turn left. So the traffic study is only a function of they only count the people who are confident enough that they can make the turns in a reasonable time period. The rest of us avoid the intersection at all costs. So there's a lot more traffic that would happen if this were an easy and a reasonably accessible intersection, and it's not. And that's why I encourage you to not rezone. Don't put a multifamily unit on that property. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice. Is Lori back? Lori, are you there? Saw you for a minute, but it looked like you dropped off. Let's go to Britt. Britt, can you give us your last name?
Hi, I'm Britt Polaronis. And I have emailed the board and given my feedback. So I'm just going to highlight some of my comments that I've made. Our home that we moved to 7 years ago is 1,500 feet from the Crescent Place proposed location. We have lived in our home for the last 7 years and have watched firsthand this traffic continue to grow in the area with additional residential homes, apartments, including 2 schools, Fuda Buckeye and Holy Name Preschool. My children walk to school from the bus daily and have been impacted by cars speeding through our neighborhoods, lined up by the stop signs, or frankly, not stopping at all. We have called the police numerous times for reckless driving in our neighborhood already. I don't care what this traffic study says over a 2-day period. I live this every single day, worried about my children's safety. It is frankly reckless and unsafe for our community to add another 40 to 60 cars to this already crowded neighborhood. The study that was revealed today says 14 trips. If this proposed development is to be for people working in our community, don't you believe there will be more trips in a day? This information is not accurate. What happens when a couple that lives in one of those one-bedroom apartments finds out they're pregnant? Are you kicking them out? Because they'll go over the max. How are you going to control the number of children within the complex? It's not right to kick children out in their home environments. So I beg you to have a plan for how you're going to manage that. Also, please explain to me the buses. How will they go pick up the children who live in this complex? Are you going to back up on Rand Road? Are they going to go into the circular complex? The presentation indicated they are making adjustments based on the residents of the building. But what about the residents who have been living here? Are we considered what we need and what is right for us? You're adding a fitness center, a library, a theater. Another member said how great our library in Arlington Heights is. Why would you want another library to compete with? Our businesses are desperately seeking revenue and you're taking some of that away from them. If this space was meant to be rezoned for a residential complex, it would have been done and rezoned years ago. However, it has not due to its lack to appropriate location for those residents. This land is better suited as it is currently zoned. It can generate property taxes and sales tax and create jobs that we desperately need. Please consider working with those investors to build up the north side. Mr. Tinaglia, I'm sorry, I can't say your name right. For you to say that our community area that I live in is just a bump is upsetting. This is my neighborhood. This is where I live, and this isn't a blip. Please rezone your neighborhood. That is what is important to me. With over 600 community members less than 3 miles and 466 less than 1 mile from this location that want to vote no, I was one of those people out on the streets explaining to residents what this would do to our community. So please consider the voice of the community in your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Britt. Next is Sheldon Galster. All right, we will come back to Sheldon. And we got Christina F. and Mary K. So if you just give us your last name, please.
Hello?
We got
Hello?
you. Go ahead.
I'm Christina Fiore, lifetime resident. I request the board keep the zoning commercial as this would benefit the residents and our local businesses. As a business pays various taxes, it eases the tax burden on the property owning residents. This is beneficial to our residents who are already overburdened with taxes, especially our retirement age residents who are more likely on a fixed income. A business also contributes to the flow of revenue within our community by keeping the money in our community and utilizing other businesses within our community, thereby contributing to the success of our local businesses. Additionally, a business will create jobs and income opportunities for our residents for years to come. Although the lot is currently vacant, the lot had been used annually to sell Christmas trees. The sale of the Christmas trees added to the holiday experience for the entire family to enjoy. That business added value to our community by providing a seasonal experience. Arlington Heights should expand on this and extend it beyond a seasonal basis. We should not give up on the many creative commercial uses that can be made of this property. As of yet, Arlington Heights has not put effort into encouraging such commercial development. Additionally, if approved, this development will be locked in for 30 years. Realistically, we can expect that over the course of 30 years, this development will add to the cost for schools, police, fire department, etc. How will Arlington Heights fund this? If not by increasing residential property taxes or by generating it through business taxes. However, by changing the zoning to residential, not only would it add to these costs, consequently, it would also eliminate the additional tax dollars that could be generated by a business at the site. Lastly, if you look at the updated traffic report, table 1, you will find that the traffic count in the morning doubled in the April and August traffic count comparisons. These numbers are alarming and demonstrate a significant problem in the morning. If a residential development is added, morning traffic, which is already very concerning, will be exponentially worse, whereas traffic generated from a commercial development will occur after morning peak hours. The residents in the community receive benefits from a commercial development that a residential one cannot provide. However, if the rezoning is approved, it will preclude those possibilities of those benefits from ever being realized. Please vote no to the rezoning. I also have somebody else here who would like to speak if she may be granted another 3 minutes.
Yes, please. Is that Mary?
Yes.
Mary, give us your last name.
Mary Kasanek, and I'm an Arlington Heights resident for 21 years.
Okay, go ahead.
The housing project of Crescent Place will give our residents, many of whom are original owners here, 40 plus years, the following excessive traffic jams. Increased traffic on Crescent Street, Apple Tree Street, Waverly Avenue, Brookwood Drive, Evergreen Street. These streets are also bordered with 8 4-story rental apartment buildings on Rand and Crescent with over 600 apartments, parking spaces included, a playground, pool, a doggy park, daily bus services for pickup and return of their students. A Holy Nation church on Chestnut and Waverly, which hosts preschool during the week and services on weekends, and a large parking lot with 52 cars yesterday that are entering and exiting on Waverly every Sunday. A Japanese school, Futabaki, with 232 students and teachers. Also, they have buses for transporting of the students, parking lot for teachers, multiple buses and cars on weekends for their events. Beverly Park District hosts many soccer and baseball games. Cars parking on Waverly on both sides of the street is not unusual. Overflow of the cars use Evergreen and Brookwood. Traffic has also increased with online delivery trucks. We have attended 2 neighborhood meetings sponsored by the developer to get a better understanding of this project and to voice our concerns. Now we have a deeper understanding of this building project. We stand united. No rezoning for Rand and Chestnut. I would like to request that the mayor and the village board understand our concerns and reasons for not wanting this project to go forth. I vote no to the Crescent project. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mary. Next is Anne Marie Lund. Go ahead, Anne Marie. Anne Marie, are you there? Anne Marie, we're going to have to come back to you. Let's go to Christina Crucius.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes, and to the entire board and to the presenter. That was a very helpful presentation that I think addressed a lot of concerns that I've heard folks express about this project. I am very strongly in support of this rezoning and of this project. There is a great need for affordable housing in Arlington Heights. Housing where people can work here and live here, both. Where they can live here based on what they're making at whatever their wages are in this town. I recently got a job as a teacher's aide. That, based on my salary, I would probably qualify for that should I choose to move out of my childhood home. I may not have mentioned this. I'm a lifelong resident, now 27 years old. So just to give you one example of someone who could be living in a place like this, if I wanted to continue living in the place where I was born. I also have to say that I think a big reason that I support this project is because I think, as Amy Samari was saying earlier, we have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in this town. We've been trying for years to get more affordable housing in Arlington Heights, and it's only been little bits, piece by piece, and half the time there have been loopholes that have made it not possible. So a full project, that's amazing. We are a city of good neighbors, so let us live that out. In my faith tradition, a man once asked, "Who is my neighbor?" And to which he learned from that being a neighbor means showing mercy to the vulnerable, to those who maybe have less of an advantage, whether it's based on class or race or some other thing. So let us try to be those kind of neighbors. I think that needs to far supersedes whatever concerns there are about traffic. Perhaps those need to be addressed, but that should not keep this project from passing, because I think it's excellent and is something we desperately need in this community. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Christina. Let me try going back to Anne Marie. You want to try again? Anne Marie, I'm not sure what the issue is, but we'll go on to Pam Horwath. All right, Pam, there's apparently a problem with your system as well. So let's go on to Adrian Eschenbrenner.
Okay, and then just do unmuted, right?
Go ahead, Adrian.
A. Can you hear me?
No. Yes.
Oh, they can't hear me. Okay. So I'm not going to take long because my husband and Sue Rowe are here and they want to speak. And really all I want to do is really visually point out this petition that was done. I volunteered to present it, but since you can't really see it because you can't see me, I know you guys have copies of it, but you know, I just wanted to, it's a visual representation and nobody made anybody sign it. I mean, I noticed the sign when I was walking over at Stonebridge when the design sign went up. And I just thought, oh my God, really? We have all these townhouses, we have all this building up, now we're gonna have more congestion. You know, it's really not about, it was before we even knew what kind of apartments were gonna go up. But anyway, I wanted to show that and I can't, you'll have to all just imagine it. I wanted to point out the things that people have already said, that you guys are elected and appointed officials and that we hope that you know, do what's best for our, you know, our area. You know, over 600 residents in direct proximity of this property are asking you to vote no. We feel strongly. And, you know, I just like you to imagine the 600 people in front of you saying, please, the action the board can take to help our residents is to vote no on the rezone and ensure any commercial property uses an entrance and exit off Rand Road to mitigate more traffic for our families. And I'd like to thank you in advance for listening and voting no with us. And I know they mentioned JD's, we love JD's. I don't think the traffic went up or down because JD's wasn't there. I just don't think a little community thing. I wish we would do more for our businesses. Anyway, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna let my husband or Sue Rowe speak. I don't.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you all for listening and thank you all for, you know, spending your time to be on the board.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes and Village Trustees, I am Robert Eschenbrenner. I've lived in Berkeley Square at 2555 North Ridge Avenue for the last 24 years. My home is less than a half mile off of the Chestnut and Rand intersection, directly north of the rezoning location. Chestnut Avenue is the only southern exit out of our neighborhood. All 370 single-family homes south of Hintz Road and west of Arlington Heights Road, and the 195 apartments in the two easternly most buildings of the Stonebridge complex use Chestnut and Rand Road to patronize the grocery stores, restaurants, as well as other businesses and the NCH medical facility for our doctors on Rand Road. Crossing Rand Road to Techney is our neighborhood's thoroughfare to Pioneer Park. And that's for our neighborhood pool and tennis courts. Any rezoning of this parcel to multifamily will only increase the already crowded access to Rand Road. When reviewing the developer's KLA traffic study from April 2021 and focusing solely on the traffic exiting Chestnut Avenue at Rand Road, you see that the left turn lane from Chestnut to Rand operates currently at an E rating and vehicle delay of 49.8 seconds to clear that intersection. When KLA projected conditions forward to 2027 and added the addition of 40-unit multifamily project, the turn left became an F level of service, increasing the delay to 51.1 seconds per vehicle to clear the intersection. An F rating is the lowest and the worst level of service that the state can identify for any intersection. KLOA also simulated that the left and right turn queues on Chestnut would experience backups of up to 47 feet during the morning and up to 90 feet in the evening, resulting in queues that could extend beyond the proposed site of their southernmost access drive to their project. This study resulted in the morning peak. KLA performed updates on the 25th and 26th of August. It results in doubling of vehicles in both the morning and an additional 10 vehicles in the evening. I'd also like to address the economic impact of this location if it were to be zoned multifamily. Currently, the village receives approximately $18,000 in real estate taxes for this vacant site. If it's rezoned for this project, and if it were built, an estimated real estate taxes of $65,000 to $80,000, and a one-time permit and utility fee of $150,000 and impact fees of $125,000. This project is estimated to add 18 to 25 school-age children per the developer. Per the public school review, our school district has an annual spending per student of $22,890 and collects revenues of $19,187 per student. 62.8% of that revenue is collected, or $12,050 comes from our local property taxes. So if you take the projected, say, 20 students at $12,050 per student in new taxes, the total annual share of this cost to the village and its citizens becomes $241,000.
Finish up if you would, Mr. Eschenbrenner.
Sure. Even if they collect $80,000 from this project, there's still a shortfall of $161,000. Under this scenario, there would be no reason to vote this to rezone from commercial to residential because it's costing more than we're collecting. Therefore, because of the already congested traffic and the economic reality of potential rezoning, I'm asking you to vote no on this property from commercial to multifamily. And now I'm going to let Sue Rose speak, our neighbor.
Hi.
Go ahead, Sue.
Okay. I am going to repeat much of what other people have said, but I do feel that it bears saying. If you live in Berkeley Square, the way you move in and out of the neighborhood depends on the time of day and or the day of the week. An accurate picture of how vehicles move in and out of the neighborhood requires a traffic study that includes all exit points on the same day and the same time of day. The fact that most people in the neighborhood avoid the intersection at Chestnut and Rand during peak traffic times may not be known to anyone else who lives outside of the neighborhood. For this reason, any data collected at this intersection is invalid. The development of a multifamily building at this intersection will result in additional 40 to 80 cars moving through the neighborhood when its tenants learn the challenges of navigating the intersection. Apple Tree will be the nearest exit from the neighborhood if the goal is to use Arlington Heights Road to get to Rand Road. Waverly is another option, however, it is more heavily traveled. For 20 years, that was my exit, Waverly, Arlington Heights, Rand, because the turn was too difficult. Both intersections are without left lanes, so cars wanting to make a right turn must wait for vehicles making a left-hand turn onto Arlington Heights Road. If the goal is to get to Hintz Road, where there are traffic lights at Arlington Heights Road, as well as Rand Road, Northridge Avenue is the first street. It is a long block with two bends in the road. My house is just beyond the second bend. My children grew up going down 2 or 3 houses before crossing the road where they could be seen by drivers driving too fast. My block has many young families with young children, as do other blocks that are used to access Hints via North Ridge Avenue. Hints Road has significant traffic that not only provides access to the neighborhood, but also serves as a through street that continues east of Arlington Heights Road. Most of the traffic traveling west on Hints makes a right turn onto Rand Road, yet there is no right turn lane. Cars wanting to make a right-hand turn must wait for cars wanting to travel across Rand Road to Greenwood. Even when all the cars are making a right-hand turn, traffic backs up due to the heavy traffic on Rand Road that doesn't provide time or space for a right turn on red. The Village of Arlington Heights website states, besides great transportation options, Arlington Heights promotes active travel by pedaling a bicycle or walking. There are no great transportation options in this neighborhood. We are a car-dependent community. Pedestrian crossings at Rand and Hints and Rand and Arlington Heights Road are almost too dangerous to cross. The pedestrian crossing at Rand and Kennecott is inaccessible to walkers and cyclists. There is no public sidewalk along the length of Stonebridge. This is not a bicycling or walking friendly neighborhood. It is a car-dependent community. Since moving to Arlington Heights, Greenwood Place, the fountains, and Waverly and Memory Care were developed along Rand Road. There has also been an expansion of NCH. Development in and around Arlington Heights has led to an increase in traffic. Unfortunately, no changes have been made to address the ever-increasing traffic that moves in and out of our neighborhood. Please vote no to rezoning the property at the intersection of Rand Road and Chestnut and keep our neighborhood streets safe. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you all. Next is Richard. Richard, just give us your last name.
That was my route.
Yeah.
I would come home on Chestnut. Getting in our neighborhood is not a route.
Is that me you're looking for? Richard Oberman.
Okay, go ahead, Richard.
Okay, dear Mr. Hayes and village trustees.
Already like at 2:45, and I was like, shit.
Adrian, and you're going to have to mute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
We never claimed to be good at this.
Go ahead, Richard.
Looks like Richard's muted still.
Mr. Oberman, you're going to have to unmute. There you go.
Here we go. I apologize.
Go ahead.
The streets adjacent to 310 Rand Road, as well as the nearby park and recreation area, are already near maximum capacity. Trying to cross Rand Road near the intersection of Chestnut Avenue at any time, let alone at rush hour, is not something that can be done in a leisurely manner, regardless of the experience of the driver. Furthermore, the side streets in the subdivision between the above said property and nearby Fudabakai School have become a hotbed for speedsters of all ages. It is only a matter of time until something catastrophic happens to one of the hundreds of children that use this park each weekend. Additionally, it is virtually impossible to find a time on the weekend that the only nearby public park located behind Fudabakai School is not jam-packed. With the loads of youth baseball and soccer players comes an impenetrable wall of cars parked along Waverly Drive. Seeing this can easily present an intimidating image to parents with young children, as well as to our village's senior citizens. This park is quite simply overcrowded. Adding 40 more housing units to this extremely congested area will not help matters. Regardless of what any traffic study or potential developer says, the residents that live in this proximity of this area know the truth. We need relief, and it will not come with a 4-story building boasting 80 additional parking places. With that said, please consider reserving the land at 310 Rand Road for an additional park and recreation area, which is desperately needed in this already heavily trafficked neighborhood. Doing so would provide a much needed refuge for all nearby residents without the extra nuisance and danger that comes with additional vehicular traffic. With careful thought, converting this land to park area would provide a multitude of benefits. These benefits include establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our community, ensuring the health of families and our youth, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our community. Research indicates that parks increase the property value of homes, contribute to the level of health to individuals of all ages, protect groundwater, help to prevent flooding, improve air quality, provide habitat for wildlife, and provide a place for children and families to connect with nature and recreate outdoors together. None of these improvements will occur if the large proposed housing project is built on this site. Please consider my request and support the voices of your constituents by voting no to rezoning. A large 40-family home is not a safe option for this already overly congested area, and any plans for it should be taken off of the table immediately.
Please.
Thank you in
All right.
advance for consideration.
Thanks, Richard. Let me just mention that I've still got 20 hands that are raised. There's probably more than that are within those groups. And we've probably got 20 to 30 minutes of written comments to read into the record. So if you could short circuit your comments. I'm not trying to discourage anybody from reading prepared statements or giving them their full and fair opportunity to be heard. But if there's any way you could just say, I agree with my neighbors, and please vote no, please do that. Otherwise, you can have the full 3 minutes. But I'm just trying to make sure. Right now, we're projected to go to at least 1 o'clock with just public comment. Then we have to go back to the board. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands where we're at. So next is Nikki. Nikki, could you give us your last name?
Hello, this is Nikki Wolverton. I first would like to thank you, Mayor and Trustees, for taking the time to read and address our concerns over the past several months. Our position still remains the same. We are asking for you to please vote no to the rezone. Our home is within 750 feet of this location. We are immersed in the traffic on a daily basis that exists in this very dense area. Our neighborhood is comprised of residential homes, Stonebridge Apartments, 586 units directly across from this location, Holy Nation Church, Holy Nation Preschool, Fuda High School, Rand Berkeley Park, Rand Berkeley Soccer Baseball Fields, and 2 group homes. Across Rand Road, you will find memory care, a large condo building, and the Northwest Community Medical Center. I would like to mention that Mr. Perkins had mentioned earlier that there were previous multi-unit developments in the past that were declined due to density. The density has not changed or gotten less during the time from when that was brought up. It has gotten worse. So I don't understand why density would then now be ignored. The traffic on Rand and Chestnut Techney is very congested. As we analyze the traffic study addendum that was posted Friday, the updated traffic count comparisons are very alarming. Please reference table 1. The numbers in the morning in April increased anywhere from 62% to over 100% in the August study. We need to mention that. The numbers went up. That is a huge jump in the traffic count, and the pandemic is not over. Everyone hasn't returned to the office. My husband is still working from home until after the first of the year. So this traffic, all the traffic has not been accounted for. I have shared several photos with you that show exactly what we're talking about. The traffic is already at a less than desirable rating at the Rand Chestnut Avenue Techney Road intersection. Please take time to read the level of service criteria definitions. Then please take a look at the table 2 capacity analysis results existing conditions with respect to Rand Road and Chestnut Avenue and Techney Road. You will notice that there are 24 ratings. 16 are ratings of a C or less, with half of those rated D or less. We have been sending in photos and communicating with you about this very problem. By voting yes to the rezone, you are intentionally adding to our current problem. As you can see from table 3, capacity analysis results, existing, well, it's all in the report. I'm running out of time. The tax impact is huge. And I feel that the ComEd high voltage station is a huge eyesore to these residents. They're going to look out their window. That's why they don't have porches or balconies, is because they'd be looking at the ComEd high voltage station.
Finish up if you would, Nikki.
You can't build a fence high enough to hide it. 632 petitioners are asking you to please vote no. And I think that it is part of the village ethics code that you take, that you need to follow what the community is telling you. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nikki. Next is Jay Heave, Heve, and if you could just give us your full name, please.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jarlath Heveran, Heveran, and I'm a policeman. I've been a policeman for almost 20 years, and a detective down on the west side, or near the west side, for the last 14 years. I'm amazed that nobody, I think one person at the beginning mentioned crime, and that's my major concern here is what this type of facility brings along with it. And I know from experience that affordable housing and Section 8 housing breeds criminal activity. I'm amazed, first of all, that how easily our trustees caved into the slick shenanigans of these petitioners. Their whole agenda has been suspect from the start, from my perspective and from those that I know and have talked to about this whole thing. So I've done some research through the village of Arlington Heights, and I did some research on two different properties. The first one was 212 Downton, which is affordable housing, and the other one was 397 West Golf Road. And if I may just list quickly the categories that I requested. And there were nuisance complaints, suspicious autos, suspicious persons, suspicious incidents, domestics and aggravated domestics, violation of order of protection, battery, unwanted subjects, violations of order of protection, I said that, burglary and robbery, general nuisance, loud parties, etc. So I got some data that I'll share with you. In 2018, the calls for service from 911 were 17. And this is in Downton. In 2019, they rose to 52. This is for police. In 2020, there were 43. And among those, that's 112. 16 of those were police assisted the ambulances down there. So on Golf Road, the data went back to 2016. In 2016, there were 16 calls for service by the police. In 2017, just down to 7. And 2018, 23. In 2019, 26. In 2020, 28. 2020, 21, 25. So you can see that there's a lot of police services requested at these types of facilities. I know I live close to Palatine. I live up here in Evergreen, and Palatine up the road is just a nightmare for those same types of facilities. So I'll just ask you, vote no for the zoning in this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next is Nadia Frid.
This is Ilya Fishman and Nadia Fried. We live in Arlington Heights for 14 years. So we're very concerned about this project that when it starts, it's really make a community not safe and eventually will cause the housing to go down. And as you see, will bring down the taxes for the city because of the housing will go down in price. So I encourage trustees to vote no for rezoning. So my wife is joining here with me. And thank you for listening to us. Thank you for listening to us.
Okay, thank you both.
No.
Next is M. Marconi. Just give us your full name if you would.
Hello, my name is Marsh. You have to shut yours off. Mute, Dale. Hello, my name is Marsha Marconi. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I do also appreciate that we were given the opportunity to speak as neighbors about our concerns with the developer. I found it kind of unfortunate that the questions related to neighborhood comments were actually deferred to the developer rather than asking us directly, and unfortunate that we didn't have any representation from the board at the neighborhood meetings. My primary concern and my basis for recommending that you vote no for this is associated with the congestion of adding more multifamily dwellings to this area. I am very concerned with the data from the traffic survey, and I would like to note it doesn't take into account people still working from home with COVID. It doesn't take into account the traffic that goes south on Chestnut. So continues on Chestnut itself, which is, that intersection is very close. That intersection is very close to the Techni. That's across from the area on Chestnut where this development will be. Also, it's not a question about inconvenience because of the time. The reason I don't use this, and I think many of my neighbors don't use this intersection to cross, is because of safety. I've seen accidents occur there, and I'm very concerned that we're just going to set ourselves up for more. Also, I would like to comment that this is yet another circumstance where a commercial property was taken residential. So I still remember, I've lived in Arlington Heights for over 35 years. I've lived on Chestnut for over 33 years, and I still remember the beloved Gobert's commercial facility, which has now become the Fountains of Arlington, another multifamily dwelling, as well as the Memory Care Center. We have a lot of multifamily dwellings here. We need to address the traffic issues that are caused. I also don't think 58 seconds for having to wait to cross is necessarily an impediment to those people that want to cut through the neighborhood in order to avoid all the traffic lights, getting to Rand Road and Arlington Heights Road and going south on Arlington Heights Road to Palatine, to take Palatine West. So I recommend you vote no. I really hope that you listen to our concerns because we love Arlington Heights too. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcia. Let me just take a pause for just 1 second.
Seems like everybody's losing steam.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you for your patience. It's been suggested that perhaps, given the lateness of the hour, that we, and I hate to do this because I would like to get this over with one way or the other. I know the neighborhood would as well. But given the lateness of the hour and the expectation that we're probably going to be here another 2 hours, based on the hands that I see up and the comments that were submitted in advance and the continued deliberation of the village board, I don't expect us to be done in less than 2 hours. And so it's been suggested that we continue this hearing to the next board meeting, which would be Monday, October 4th, to continue receiving public comment and to finish the deliberation of the board. So let me just get the feedback from the village board on that suggestion. Any comments from the board? Trustee Canty?
Just a quick question, Mayor. So essentially, we would just put this meeting on hold exactly where it is?
Yeah, that would be the suggestion. And procedurally, I don't know if we could just start right away on October 4th with where we're at, or we would do other business, the routine business at the start of the meeting, and then bring this back under old business. Mr. Passman, do you have any suggestion, or Mr. Ecklaus, procedurally?
And Mayor, can be however, ultimately however you choose. From a legal perspective, it doesn't make much difference. We can structure the agenda however you and the board desire.
I would concur, Mayor. I would say, I think you would nominally put it under old business, but then at the very beginning of the meeting, if someone wanted to make a motion to, move it up to the first item, however the board would prefer, we can do whatever the board wants.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't want to go through an hour of other agenda items before we get back to this. But if we can keep the agenda, no presentations or anything that evening, and so we can get right to this after approval of minutes and those kinds of things. So, Trustee Grasse?
I am fine to continue tonight. I know this is an important topic. That's just my 2 cents.
I'm sorry, you said you're okay with continuing the meeting?
Yes,
Yes,
tonight.
okay. Who else wants to weigh in? Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes, I'm sorry to say I have a dilemma with this because I am scheduled to be out of town on October 4th. So I will not be able to participate in our village board meeting of any sort on that night. Not that, I don't want anybody to change decisions on my account, but I just want to make that clear that that's an unfortunate situation that I have to deal with.
Right, and how about attendance at the October 20th meeting? Is that the next meeting?
I believe it's October 18th.
October 18. Is anyone expected to miss the October 18 meeting?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Trustee Scaletta.
Is it possible that we table this meeting and have Randy pull us for a date that we're all available and just have this on a special board meeting? And this is the only thing on the agenda. Because, if we start getting into this, trying to figure out, keep pushing this down the road, we're going to get too far. And it's already midnight. There's still like almost 20 people that want to talk. That's an hour right there. There's stuff that has to be read in. We still have to deliberate. I'm tired. So
yeah, I mean, I know that I've already pointed that out. Certainly we've got another 2 hours, I think, at least. So, Mr. Ecklaus?
What I was going to suggest is that going along with what I believe we do have to, if we're going to continue, if we're going to table this item, I think we do have to table it to a date certain. I think typically is what we've always done, so it's straightforward in the eyes of the public. I think we could certainly hold a special board meeting, and we've got a Monday available. On Monday, a week from today, on Monday, September 27th, if that's something that the board wanted to consider. I mean, we could do a quick poll of the board if folks are in town for that, and this could be the only item, and we could, pursue that a little bit more quickly. But no, I have no idea what everyone else's schedule is.
Right. Is there anyone who could not make next Monday, September 27th?
If that's truly the only day that works for everyone, I can make it work for me. But as of now, that is a conflict in my schedule.
Okay. Well, what's the will of the board?
September
Trustee
27th.
Baldino, will you be back or available?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to say that it's 1 a.m. where I am. I have a terrible internet connection. There have been points when I'm only catching 1 out of every 4 words. I would be happy to meet on the 27th. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me like that's the best option, unfortunately, for Trustee Canty. But if she's able to reschedule her other
I'll
commitment,
make it work.
yeah, that would be
I'll
very
make it work, Mayor.
That would be very helpful. Trustee LaBedz?
I would be able to make the 27th work. I might not be available if we were to move it to October 18th.
Okay. Well, it sounds like the consensus is to table this meeting then to next Monday, September 27, at 7:30, or do we want to start at 7 o'clock? Since this is a special meeting, we can start at 7.
7 o'clock.
Trustee Canty, does either of those times help you one way or the other? No, neither of them are good.
No, so I can make either one of them work.
Right.
They're both equally bad and equally good.
Right. Well, let's start at 7 o'clock, if that's okay with everybody.
Mayor, if I may suggest, to entertain a motion, I would say to continue this matter to a special meeting at 7 o'clock on the 27th. I would avoid the use of the word tabling. That's got a loaded meaning under Robert's rules.
Yeah, I appreciate the legal advice, as always. And so is there a motion to continue this motion to Monday, September 27 at 7 o'clock p.m.? Trustee Baldino.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Trustee Scaletta. Any further questions or comments from the board? Let me just thank, before we vote, let me just thank the members of the audience for their patience and their great comments. And we hope that whoever hasn't spoken can join us on Monday, September 27. If not, submit your comments in advance and we will read those into the record. But again, my goal is to make sure everybody has a full and fair opportunity to be heard. So, Mr. Recklouse, before we vote, did you have something else?
I was just going to point out, there was one item pulled off the consent agenda. I don't know what the will of the board is, that if we want to just take that quickly tonight. I don't think it really warrants much discussion, but we can deal with that quickly tonight rather than move that one also to the next meeting.
Yeah, so we're just continuing this discussion. Right, Mr. Pasman?
Yeah, that's right. I understood the motion to be just continuance of this matter, the 310 rent.
Right. Okay. So let's take a roll call on that vote.
You're on mute, Becky.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes, yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee Canty?
Mary Beth, there you go.
Trustee Canty?
Me? Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Again, thank you all for joining us, those who were involved in this particular issue. We do have one other item to consider, but don't feel the need to stay while we address that item. And that is, let me get the legal consent. Item C has been removed. And so, Mr. Recklouse, if you just give us a brief.
Basically, back in 2005, there was, in 2006, there was a development called Timber Court. It was a condominium development with a requirement that there would be 14 deed-restricted affordable housing units in that development. This year, Timber Court was purchased by a new owner, and including the purchase of the 14 designated affordable units, they want to make convert the project from condominium to rental apartment units. And so as part of that sale of that development, the new owner is agreeing with the condition that 14 of those rental units will need to be maintained as affordable units. However, in order to facilitate that transition, we need to deal with this, terminate the original affordable housing agreement related to the condo development and terminate any buyer's occupancy and resale restriction agreement. So the net is we had 14 affordable units before that were purchased. Now we're going to have 14 that are rental because it's a rental development now.
All right, Mr. Moons, you removed this if you're still there. Mr. Moons, did you have a question or comment on this item?
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. It just sounds like an agreement ended and then it goes back under the inclusionary housing ordinance from here. Is that how that goes?
Correct. I mean, they're agreeing to maintain the 14 units as part of this, in compliance with our ordinance and guidelines.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I would move approval of that item.
Second.
Motion by trustee Scaletta, seconded by trustee Baldino. If no further questions or comments, roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. And anything from the village manager under your report, Randy?
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything from the village board under petitions and communications? Other than try to get a good night's sleep. All right, everyone, thank you for joining us tonight. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
By trustee Scaletta, seconded by trustee Tinaglia. Roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yeah.
trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
trustee Baldino,
Yes.
trustee Canty,
Yes.
trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
trustee Grasse,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes, we are adjourned. Thank you all again for your participation tonight.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.